Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Star Trek Online. You've already seen me jetpack around, but I thought I'd show off one other thing you can do in here, which is just kind of fun. It's hard to explain how this controls. You can kind of see a little bit how it controls. There's like a... I don't want to say there's an art to it, but there is a specific style to doing turns without having to do that, for example. Or this. This is one of the 1000 ones because, of course, it is. I love how you can switch seamlessly between the two as well. It's just a nice little thing. There's actually a race going on right now. That's funny. Yeah. Anyways, here's today's goal. The goal is to finish the Tholian stuff today. In order to get to the Tholian stuff, we're going to need to go through, in order, just going to give you all a little bit of an update here, the rest of the Klingon War, the Spectre arc, the Cardassian arc, the 2800 arc, the Breen arc, the Borg arc. Now, we'll see if we manage that. For now, let's go ahead and fight us some Klingons. Death to the miserable Klingons. Pure evil, etc. Yeah, we're probably not going to manage all that, let's just be honest. We'll see, though. We are going to be on our character, so that'll be nice. I suppose I should put some kind of cosmetic shield on the bird, though. Well, let's see. I think something that would really appeal to the Klingons in particular, and their particular sense of honor, would be this. Perfect. Okay. So, let us get into here.
Starfleet intelligence needs your help.
Are you not going to finish reading that? Okay. Starfleet believed that the Klingons were testing their new weapon in the Imaga system. We have information that now leads me to believe that they were testing programs for something much bigger than a new kind of torpedo. Starfleet intelligence has received a message from someone claiming to serve in Ambassador Bavat's personal force. This source says that the ambassador's research is complete. He's planning to use some sort of Doomsday weapon on Federation worlds. My aide, Lieutenant Van Zeel, will join you for this mission. Go with her to the Donaya system. Bavat has a small supply base near one of the outer planets. Our man, someone named Kavalk, says we will find the information needed to stop Bavat there. Hope you're looking forward to some cringe. That's what we're in for. I actually do not have the Alliance shields, ironically. I have a lot of shields, but I don't have that one. Of course, we all know the best shield is the Baulsa shield. Just turns the ship black. Yeah, ignore the... If you can't see the contrail, can you see the bird? And now you can see it a little bit better. Get rid of the contrail for a second there. Yeah, it doesn't look all that great. It's not bad. What else we got? Let's see what the Deep Space Niners looks like on this ship. Oh, that looks terrible. Oh my god. Okay, we need to change that immediately. My goodness. What about... what else would look good on a bird? Lucari. Perfect. Okay, now we're... There's not even that many Tron lines. You know what? This is ridiculous. Let's just be a bird. Everyone cool with that? Cool. Are we there yet? Oh my god, we overshot it. How did we overshot it? Wasn't even paying attention. How do you miss a star? Where's the mission? There it goes. God, the oil slick shield. No. I'm sure it's very Klingon to be an oil slick, but no. Game. You want to spool that sucker up? This is why we're not going to get through these quests. We're going to be sitting here staring at beautiful Ryza. There we go. Okay.
We're counting on you.
That's okay. Starfleet Intelligence told Admiral Quinn we have a contact in the Bavat fleet, and he is on one of those vessels. I was expecting some sort of coded transmission, but I'm not receiving anything. Time for the direct approach. Let's go board the Klingon vessels. Okay. Hey, my Kamano. So, I was waiting for my Kamano to show up to reveal why I was kind of late this morning, because I was working on something. How is that shit? Oh, whatever. In fact, I was actually working on this last night, in addition to this morning. Unfortunately, there's not as much as I would like, but I figured, you know, you all deserve better, right? Shoot, that's wrong. You deserve better. So rather than force you to listen to no music, let's go ahead and actually listen to some music for this mission. You see, Mike Lamano apparently just wants me to work even more. You're never satisfied. Yeah, I was about 4 minutes late. So this is Star Trek Online music. Took a while to rip, sort, and organize. But we've got mission music, battle music, exploration music, and sector music. This is mission.
How can I help you?
Now, something's actually off here. Hang on. I think I know how to deal with this. Yep, there it is. This should give me control. There we go. Perfect. Alright. Let's see what's going on here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so late. Why am I beaming on by myself? Oh, whatever. I mean, I did actually have to stay up late and get up early for this, my Kamano, so... I'm not really joking. But hopefully the addition of in-game music will help. There's not that much of it, I should probably warn you. So it's totally not going to last the entire run. But, you know, whatever. I love the idea of all these people charging in. Phasers ready. And then there's this one captain that charges in with full battle armor. And a staff that shoots anti-proton beams. So, Gamma Squad is reporting there are a few Klingons left on the bridge. The Klingons have locked down the Turbulus, but now that we hold main engineering, we can take control of the entire system. You know, this is an Iconian staff. Mwah, ha, ha. Pure anti-protons. Absolutely pure. I don't think there is one Trihexia. Unless he kept that one red shirt in the 2009 movie, which I do not, as it happens. Oh, nice office for a Klingon. Look at this. Living in luxury here.
Whatever you need, sir.
Whoops! I didn't mean to go through that quickly. Whatever.
Captain's personal log. I have been betrayed by my first officer. I considered my friend, Kavok. Why? He and a group of traitors tried to take the ship. Kavok is the only survivor. There is also evidence that Kavok sent a coded message to Federation space. I do not understand why a warrior I have trusted with my life would do this.
Because you're stupid.
He tried to explain, but I do not need to listen to the words of a traitor.
See? She's stupid.
Rot in the brig. Ambassador Bavat has ordered me to bring him to the Imaga system for questioning. Kavok will die screaming. It is not an honorable death, but it is the one Kavok deserves.
So yeah, this is part of the severely trimmed arc we've been talking about a few times. In fact, it's actually part of an arc that was also on the Klingon side a little bit, too. So there's not a lot of build-up, and there's not a lot of anything. Yeah, screaming. There we go. Come on. Oh, well, fine, then open them. I refuse to talk to you unless you let me out of this cell. Okay. I suppose that would be the Klingons, Trihexia. But that's not really like an organization. That's just a cultural mentality.
You are my enemy, but today you are my only hope.
Okay, explain.
I will redeem my honor.
Why in the brig?
I was once the first officer of this ship. I served the House of Bavat loyally and well, and fought by my captain's side in battle. I thought I was living an honorable life, and then I learned what Ambassador Bavat's plans for the war were. I could not let Bavat do such a horrific thing. To unleash such a weapon upon the galaxy for his own ends is the act of a coward, not a warrior. I gathered a small group of officers who thought as I did. Our plan was to take over the ship and fly it to the Imaga system. There, we would either stop this Doomsday before it occurred, or die in battle. I tried to take this ship. I failed. Now I am dishonored, and I must redeem myself or die. Do you have more questions? When my plan to take the Targ was discovered, I knew I had to act quickly. Bavat has much more than the experimental weapons from the base in the Briar Patch. He has a planet killer, a ship of such destructive power that nothing can stand against it. He intends to use this Doomsday machine to attack Federation worlds. I find myself in a strange place.
Whoops.
I must join forces with my enemy. I sent a coded message to the Sol system and hoped that the right person would hear it.
1 second. I need to check something here. But yeah, no, by most code precepts of Klingon honor, what Bavat is doing is actually dishonorable. Remember what I said? One of the things that you are supposed to do is oh, okay. It's inconsistent, but one of the things you're supposed to do is you're supposed to challenge your superiors, and they're supposed to respond to challenges. And everyone's supposed to challenge, and everyone's supposed to respond, right? So, it is correct for him to challenge Bavat, and Bavat should probably have then responded rather than, this whole nonsense. Why is this doing this? Sorry, 1 second. Whoa, what? Huh. That's a new problem. Okay, that was really strange.
Do you have more questions?
Why do you think Bavot is doing this?
Bavot is obsessed with conflict. He believes that the Klingon Empire will stagnate and fall into degeneration and ruin unless they have enemies to fight. Without war, Bavot believes that we will destroy ourselves. Bavot found the planet killer, and he ordered his scientists to learn how to control it. Now, he plans to attack and destroy one of your worlds. The Ambassador knows the Federation wants peace, but if there was an attack where billions died, would something so heinous make you want revenge? If he succeeds, the war between our peoples will be endless, and Bavot will have won. Do you have more questions?
Yeah, why is he such an idiot? I mean, we know why he's an idiot. He is legitimately wrong on this. Unfortunately, Bavot is effectively the tutorial villain for the campaign, for the entire story. You know, the Act 1 boss. Problem is, he's only in a grand total of 3 missions in the current revamped stuff. Instead of, I think it was like 10. Like, he was quite an active villain, and there was a whole arc there, and it's just gone. So, now he's just like, Mwahaha! No explanation. It really chops him off at the knees, no pun intended. Tell me about this planet killer.
It is a ship with no crew. Its hull is solid neutronium. It fires beams of pure anti-protons, and fuels itself with the hulks of destroyed planets. Weapons are useless against it. The planet killer is ancient. I have heard stories that your Starfleet defeated a device similar to this long ago. I hope that you will be able to defeat this one as well.
I mean, I'd make fun, but think about it. My staff is as powerful as the planet. No, that's not quite true. Oh, thank you, Colored Master Spark. As always. And I will put that towards Ninja Gaiden Sigma, which I'm pretty sure is on the list. Excuse me. You just have to give me a moment here. It's a good question, Ratu. I mentioned this the other day. Pax mentioned this the other day. At some point, they need to explain in universe what happened to the other, like where the planet killers came from. Because, like, STO likes to explain and connect a whole lot of lore threads, and that's just a dangler, right? Who the hell designed this stupid thing?
Do you have more questions?
Where did Bavot find this stupid thing?
It was a floating hulk deep in the Taong Nebula. Ships from his house searched for months before they found it. Bavot claims to have knowledge of the future. He says that is why he knew the planet killer would be found in the nebula. Its location was forecast. I do not know if this is true. If our actions cannot change our path, then are we imprisoned by fate? Was I destined to lose my honor and betray my captain?
No.
Do you have more questions?
So you say he has knowledge of the future.
So he claims. I was once one of Bavot's most valued officers, and he told me much of his plans. Bavot said that centuries ago, there was a temporal Cold War.
That works.
Factions from the future manipulated people in their past like pieces in a Klinjar game, each trying to change history for their own ends. Agents from one of these future factions, the Nakul, came to the Klingon Empire in the 22nd century. They tried to gain my people's loyalty by revealing much of what was to come. My ancestors listened and recorded all that they were told. Then they spat in the Nakul's faces and sent them back to their own time empty-handed. Even then, we would never be willing slaves. Since then, the knowledge that the Nakul offered in trade for servitude has been preserved by a small cabal of Klingons. This organization ruled from the shadows, using what they knew, what was forecast, to guide the future of the Empire. Bavot is the last. He has no sons, and trusts no one. When he dies, all that came from the Nakul dies with him.
Good.
Do you have more questions?
What was your plan?
Bavot had a plan to stop the Doomsday machine if he ever lost control. This ship is equipped with Hak-Peng torpedoes. They have a greater yield than any weapon currently used by the Empire or your Federation. The planet killer is hidden in the Imaga system now. My plan was to fly to the system, disable Bavat's control over it, and then use the weapons on this ship to destroy it.
You know what I like, Justin? Not only that the Doomsday machine was an anti-Borg weapon, but that it failed.
Do you have more questions?
Why can't we just send a fleet?
Bavat's forces have total control over the Imaga system. To keep any ships but those loyal to him away, Bavat has installed a series of generators that maintain an energy drain, much like the Breen weapon that disabled ships during the Dominion War. Bavat's ships have been modified to withstand this drain. Any others that approach the system will be helpless. Do you have more questions?
Alright, so what should we do now?
Help me. Repair this ship and we will fly it to Imaga together.
What?
Then we can disable the energy drain so your fleet can enter. With your help, we can destroy the Doomsday machine and end the threat to your Federation.
Hold up. You want me to fly a bird of prey? Give me a break, dude. Alright, what's going on? Oh, okay. And that's the situation here. Orders?
Do what you think is best. It's risky, but Kvalk may be our best chance to stop Bavat and this planet killer. I'm notifying all available ships to change course for Imaga. Once the energy drain is taken care of, they'll move in to support you. I don't need to tell you how important it is to stop the Doomsday machine before Bavat can use it to attack populated worlds. Millions of people are relying on you to save them. I know you can do it. Good luck.
Man, I'm sure glad that we've just got this threat all of a sudden instead of building it up. Captain Zale to Lieutenant Van Ziel.
Yes, Captain.
Send a repair team and a bridge crew over immediately. We will be using this ship
Understood.
instead of my
I'll join you
bird.
shortly.
Welcome to... Seriously, this was
I'm
built up.
monitoring communications from the planet. They're not calling for ships, so either they haven't noticed us, or they think we're supposed to be here. We're safe for now, but that could change.
It's such a piece of crap ship.
We need to scan one of the generators maintaining the energy drain to get all the information I need to finish a new command program. Be careful. Bavat trusts no one, not even his own men. He may have defenses in this system even I don't know about.
It's just funny to me, Warp Court's like, alright, no, I'll never fly a bird. This thing is a total pile of junk. We're gonna die a couple of times. I'm just gonna let you know now. Cavort is a bird of prey. They're all bird of preys. It's the... So, okay. One of the things that Star Trek The Next Generation specifically did, which is very stupid, is they decided to use the exact same model, this one, the Burrell bird of prey model, for, I think, 3 separate ship classes. So, they look exactly identical, even though they are different ships. Now, I know what I mentioned earlier about different classes of ships and retrofits and all that, but if you're paying attention, what I mentioned was different. I was talking about a Miranda that's been slowly upgraded through gear and upgrades over time. What they're talking about is a completely new ship that just happens to look exactly identical. And that's always kind of irritated me. What's doubly funny is, obviously, they bypassed that in this game completely. Each of the birds looks different. You may have seen that briefly on our Klingon, because we switched from the Burrell to whatever the next one was, Kuja, I think, or something like that. So, whatever. Scan. Kvalk, what attacked us?
Drones? Ah! Bavat must have upgraded the security. Scanning the generators now. I have the data. We will need to load the control program into all 3 generators. After that, we can change the command codes from a terminal on the planet's surface.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't joking when I called this the ARR of STO. This whole sequence is just... Like I said, I'm kind of hoping to get through all the rest of the crap quests today, because we've still got several coming. We've already been through several crap quests, and we got more coming. It's just... It's the old stuff. What do you want from me? ARR ends pretty much exactly when the Romulan arc begins, which would be the BC equivalent. I know I'm switching MMOs there, but whatever. Now the Romulan arc is different. We'll talk about that when we get there. But at the terminus of the Romulan arc is a lead-in to the Solanae arc. That would be Wrath, to continue the WoW parallels. Or leading into Heavensward to continue the FF14 parallels. Don't worry, Narset. We're never going to be done with ARR. Yeah, once we hit the Solanae, I think the things will smooth out considerably. First of all, we'll only have to switch characters 2 more times after Solanae. Total. So I should switch to battle here. And, second of all, the general quality of the quests goes up. Really with only one major dip, which we'll get there. I like how you can see the dividing line in the texture, by the way. You see that? Right. Oh, it's gone. Holy crap. That's weird. Whatever. Well, I don't know Eternal Empire, but that's probably the crap arc, Dr. Winter. No. Just... I'm going to start my Gemini, then I'm going to switch right back to my main. Because holy crap. Yeah, I'm going to show off the Gem Hunter intro, I'm going to show off the Discovery intro, and then we're going to immediately delete those characters. Also, we're going to kind of rejigger the order of events a little bit from this early stuff. That's another kind of irritation that only really applies to the early stuff. Part of the problem is they were just bouncing around with story ideas and didn't really have a lot of cohesive, long-term story threads built yet. So, if you actually do the quests in order, it honestly makes no sense, and it's just kind of a jumbled mess. No, there's no way we'll actually be hitting the Romulans today. Be lucky if we reach the Romulans today. So I'm kind of rejiggering the order slightly to try and make things make slightly more sense. Yeah, it's the battle. We're done with battle.
The generators are under our control now, but your ships won't be safe until we lock Bavat and his forces out of the command consoles. I've equipped your away team with holo projectors, and they're ready for the mission. And Captain, remember that you're a Klingon now. Try not to look too out of place.
Hang on, let me put on my best Klingon face. Grrr, kick puppies. Okay, now we're in mission again.
The objective here is simple. Find a control console, and change the command codes. Then Bavat won't be able to stop us from shutting down the energy drain. There are 2 consoles. The Alpha console is staffed by an officer who might be willing to negotiate. The Beta console, let's just say that Commander Talk prefers fighting to talking. The soldiers here shouldn't challenge you, but be careful of the Targs. The hollow emitters won't fool them. I have another task to complete. Meet me back here when you are done with the command codes.
Okay. No, that's the Nakul. We'll play Nakul later. Actually, we never will. But... this world is awfully amber. I guess that's just Klingons being Klingon. We prefer things to be dark, red, and hot. That's why the Klingons originally declared war on the humans. They wanted Mars, and the humans were like, dude, not cool. And the Klingons are like, come on. Please, just give us Mars. Fine. So they gave him Mars, and there was peace forever. Jordan, they are dying. Hi, Mike. Happy Saturday.
Captain, I've been monitoring your progress from the ship. You are very close to one of the control consoles. There are Klingons where you need to go. You will either need to convince them to leave their post, or find other means of getting access.
Okay, so unless you're in my ear, and Star Trek doesn't use the ear things because the MCU hasn't been invented yet, could you be quiet? Because you're just coming out of my comm badge, canonically, while I'm standing 10 feet from the Klingons. Jesus, woman.
The Empire will prevail. No one is allowed to use this console.
Stand aside, Topal.
Death to the enemies of the Empire.
Oh, well, okay. I will kill the enemies of the Empire. Have I mentioned I love this staff yet? I love that lightsaber too, but that's unrelated. Alright, so he's dead. For the
I see your
Empire.
mission was successful. Excellent. Mine was as well. I have smashed the device that Bavat used to control his Doomsday machine. The planet killer is now as dangerous to him and his ships as it is to anyone else. You cannot control the storm, Captain. If you try, it will consume you.
Actually, they control storms on Ryza, like, daily, so...
Meet me back at the ship. There is still more to do before this dark day ends and my honor is restored.
Whatever. I mean, we're getting into semantics at this point, Mike Romano. But a lot of video games, not just STO, have this thing where they're like, here's a boss fight. But no, it isn't. STO, using those same metrics, has a lot of, here's a boss fight, but no, it isn't. Okay, let me murder a whole bunch of Klingons, because some Targ spotted me from 5 miles away. And let me just open a portal to the sun really quick. God, I love that thing so much. So, by the very technical definition, yes, we just had a boss fight. But in every way that matters, no. We have not actually had a boss fight. I'd pop all my cooldowns, but I happen to know that there's a fight at the bottom of this hill, so I think that'll suffice. Oh my god. There's dishonorable people over there. There it is. Sorry, my buttons got moved around a little bit. I know, try to be shocked. In this game, buttons getting moved around. Apparently we're just killing everything now. We're just killing our way down the hill. Yeah, we're just murdering all the Klingons. I mean, honestly, would the galaxy be worse if we just wiped out the Klingon Empire? Yep, 100% stealth rating. Nobody saw me to report. Nobody was capable of reporting me. I mean what I say, by the way. Obviously, I'm not in favor of wiping out the Klingon people, because that's horrific. But I do think the Klingon Empire needs to have gone, probably a while ago, honestly. Guys. This is a sneaking... Whatever. I mean, I'm just going to be as blunt as I can here. The Romulan Star Empire was an almost universal net negative on the galaxy. And its dissolution led to some really good things. Cough, cough, Romulan Republic. Which is actually really funny, because you'd think the Romulan Republic would follow after the Roman Republic, but no, actually the Romulan Republic is closer to the French Republic. I know what you're saying. Which one? Because there's been 5, but you get my point. So what do I think would have arisen in the wake of the Empire's collapse? Well, the obvious answer is a whole bunch of warlords running around killing each other. See, I don't agree with that, Mike Kamano, because let's be honest, the Iconians were always going to be a problem. Yeah, I know what you're going to say. Remember, a lot of people have never seen this game, so this is their first exposure. So we're trying not to spoil things. In fact, I've been pretty good about not spoiling. Chat has not. Oh my god, it's Bavat!
You? You stumbled into my trap in the briar patch like a blind Grishnar cat. And here you are again, luring Starfleet ships to my testing grounds. The Doomsday machine will destroy them. It will create glorious, endless war and strife. And it is all possible because of you.
No! I will not allow you to dishonor the Empire with your thirst for blood. We face our enemies as warriors, Bavat. We do not massacre innocents with machines of death.
There are no innocents. There are only the strong and the weak.
Are you strong enough to fight your own weapon? I have destroyed the device controlling the planet killer. No one is safe.
This isn't over. Warriors, attack! Joel, Ichu!
As they say. Oh, Don's dead. Get up.
Captain, Klingon comm traffic just spiked. Bavat's forces have lost control of the Doomsday machine, and they are scrambling all available ships to try to stop it. I've been in contact with Commander Burgess. Now that the energy drain won't affect our ships, the Starfleet task force is inbound. We need to get back into space as soon as possible.
Well, then let's friggin' go.
I see it! Bavat's planet killer is here! Maybe it has a weakness that we haven't found yet. We need to run a scan. Go to the navigation beacon. That should be close enough for the scan, but far enough away to keep us safe until help arrives.
So there's the Doomsday device. Yeah, this fight honestly sucks, but whatever. So that's the planet we were just on.
Structural integrity holding, sir. We're shook up, but we'll be okay. Captain, there's an unauthorized shuttle launch. It's Kavok.
Oh, this is so stupid.
Hail coming in, sir. I'll put it on the...
Stay where you are, Captain. I'll handle this.
Kavok, turn that shuttle around. You'll be killed.
My life is of no consequence, but my honor. No, I must do this. Destroying this abomination is the only way to redeem myself. Farewell, Captain. Koi keles puglod, koi pukbe pu, yakbo matbo jeshuvui, se machume uv. Mashuv managich makochu, nibeyin majakwov ku. Valva hefej enjo tinstak, valpumadi pupare, mashutak kumame puashuta, maov.
So, yeah, I'm just going to say, that used to really suck. I don't know when they changed that. They used to be really awkward and embarrassing. The music helps the singing a lot.
Damage to the Doomsday machine, sir. But it's still active. Captain, we still have the Harpang torpedoes. They might be enough to finish the job. The machine's hull is solid neutronium, so targeting it won't help. We'll need to fly in front of the Doomsday machine and launch the torpedoes down that thing's throat. The fleet will be here to help distract it, but we need to be careful. If we're in front of it when it fires its anti-proton beam, we won't fare any better than that moon did.
So, now we have one of the game's, I think this is actually their second attempt. Let me think about that. No, this is their second attempt ever at actually doing a boss fight. The way it works out is you can only so remember, ships have facings, right? 4 facings, because there's only really the 2 dimensions. So if you are in front of something, you can damage it with certain weapons or certain types of attacks. The first was the crystalline entity, which we'll be showing off during the Tholian arc. Oh, I'm dead. 8, there it is. Ironically, the original Crystal Entity fight completely sucked because, again, they had no idea what they were doing. We do have the yeah, we have the torpedo equipped, just making sure. Yeah, the current Crystal Entity fight is very different than the original one. Just holy crap. Crystalline Entity can still be rough on higher difficulties, but the original one was just bad. Like, you know how sometimes something is difficult just because it's badly designed? That was the original Crystalline Entity. It turbo sucked. Anyways, so the first attempt at a boss fight was the Crystalline Entity. The second one's the Doomsday device. And you see the logic there, right? It's like, okay, what do we make into a boss fight within the confines of Star Trek? And using these big, unique enemies from Star Trek history is actually a really logical decision. They would change their philosophy on that over time. I do like the overall structure of this boss fight, and it is smoothed out in the modern version. We're in a small, delicate, but very maneuverable and reasonably fast ship. Our goal is to hit the enemy ship, which is this big hulking death doom, in a specific spot with a specific weapon. And then immediately die to the warp core detonation. Like, this is literally the mosquito attack kind of a thing, right? There are still some issues with this, but,
Captain, Commander Burgess is patching a subspace signal through to us. The message is from Kronos, sir. Routing it to the main view screen now.
Captain, my name is Kamen. While the Empire realizes that you played a vital role in defeating a threat to both our worlds, I am afraid I must insist that you return the ship you stole immediately. I would not want to have to escalate this into something that we will both regret. The battle is over. We do not need to begin another.
I don't want your piece of crap ship.
It might be best to do what he asks, Captain. The fleet's in no condition for a prolonged fight, sir. And honestly, there's not much about the bird of prey specifications that Starfleet intelligence doesn't know already. We did what we came here to do. Let the Klingons have their little victory, and the fleet can take you and your crew back to your ship. The important thing is that the Doomsday machine was destroyed. I'm sure Commander Burgess will want to congratulate you for a job well done.
So the Harping torpedoes, I actually personally don't like them. If you're paying attention, we were using them on the Klingon side. The way they work out is they have a slower cooldown, or they shoot slower than other torpedoes, but they hit much harder.
Kvolk's loss is unfortunate, but he did what he believed he had to do. In the end, he died with honor. Fortunately, you were able to destroy the Doomsday device and end the threat of Bavat's weapons programs. We probably haven't seen the last of him, but at least now he's disarmed. At least as much as any Klingon, that is. And don't worry about having to return the IKS Targ to the Klingons. I don't believe that there's much about that class of bird of prey that Starfleet intelligence doesn't already know. If getting the ship back lets the Klingons think they won a small victory, I don't mind, and you shouldn't either. There are very few captains who can say they faced a threat like you did today and lived to tell the tale. Impressive work.
I don't want any of this crap. Fine. No, go away. So we did it! That was a very epic conclusion to a story arc that was definitely being built up over a substantial amount of time. And not literally 2 missions. God, I can't believe that's just 2 missions now. Jesus. So, what's supposed to happen at this point, if you're playing a new character, is you get a message from the Admiral that says, go do stuff. Just stuff. Is anybody else seeing that flickering, by the way? It's been happening a lot today, and it's starting to worry me a bit, because it wasn't happening yesterday. See if that helps a little bit. Yeah, it was a whole story arc, and honestly, one of the story arcs that actually sold me on the game back in the day. But, whatever. Alright. So, we get a message from... I think it's that one. We could do Tour of the Galaxy, but, you know, I have better things to do with my time. I love how these aren't in order, by the way. So I gotta look it up. Okay, I was right. It's skirmish first. Why does the game keep locking up on me? That's another thing that wasn't happening yesterday. Jesus.
We have reports of a true-wave fleet entering the neutral zone and picking a fight with the Klingons near the Donatu system. Having 2 of our enemies fight is good for the Federation, but I want to know why the True Way is so far out of their territory. Intercept them and deal with them. If you need to engage the Klingons as well, do so. A Starfleet task force has already been sent to the area. You'll need to join them in the Donatu system as soon as possible.
Okay. So yeah, that would be Francis Drake, aka our Section 31 friend from the Klingon side. God, this is dark without that lighting effect. Look at that. Basically an outline. No, Trihexia. I legitimately think it's more likely that the game will just crash and burn before it ever gets to such a state. No. Where's the quest? Where's the quest? Oh, for God's sakes. One character, Rama. Like, we bounce around on characters, but for all intents and purposes, we are playing one character throughout the course of the story. Okay. Hold up. This is not... What am I doing here? Why is this even on my list? Get off my list. Drop. Jesus. It's okay. It's okay. We haven't fallen into the sun yet. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. But we do need to give a negative to gameplay. And, if I'm being honest, a negative to story. So, negative to gameplay first. Why does it keep doing that? Do you see that? Why does it keep doing that? Better than all of them, Rama. I've never encountered this before. This is new to me. I've never had the game just freeze because I'm alt-tabbed for a second. I've never encountered that before. So we've got a new bug going on. It's not a game-breaking bug. As you can see, it's just, huh? Hold on. Let me try something here really quick. This shouldn't change anything, but we're going to do it anyways to see if it fixes anything. I mean, they literally have patched this game all the time, and every time they patch it, they break something. No other options have been changed. I'm going to try a different capture mode. It still did it. It still froze up. Oh, yeah. My CPU is just cranked right now. Like, Star Trek Online is using up a whopping 3% of my CPU right now. It's crazy. I don't know how I could survive under these circumstances. Truly maddening. Honestly, I actually think what happened is they broke something. Because that's the most logical possibility here. Well, if you can't see it, let me... where's something more obviously moving? Whatever. Give me a second. I'm gonna give a story name. The game just doesn't like me giving negatives. That's what it is. This is actually STO music, yeah. Yep, I stayed up late last night and got up early this morning to do that. It's not doing it again now, so that's a good sign. We're having another graphics glitch, but that's whatever. So, so one of the things that's been asked many times before we actually got to the review here itself was, what are we going to do about reviewing the missions that have been ripped out of the game? You know, This also is going to apply to the Foundry, so we're going to have to discuss that at some point. But the point here is, I think the way we're going to discuss it is how it has an impact on what's currently in the game, as opposed to what's no longer currently in the game. That being said, we can discuss the stuff that's been ripped out, but that is, in my mind, a completely separate discussion that needs to be had separately, because that'll come up when we come to WoW as well. So, damn it, Tizar, let me talk! So, I have given a story negative for this initial story, mostly because of the fact that this initial story arc with Bavat sucks. Most of the original Cleon arc, oh my god, it froze up again. What are you doing, game? Most of this story arc right here, the Klingon War, the first story arc, is literally random episodes that have nothing to do with anything. And then the last 2 missions are, oh, by the way, here's the actual story arc here. So, imagine squeezing, an entire story arc into 2 episodes. And yet you get the idea. It's just, it doesn't work. There's no build-up. There's no payoff. It's just all over the place. It's bad. So, in this specific case, the ripped-out missions actually make the arc worse because some of the missions are still there. In a case where the missions are completely gone, well, that's a little bit different. Okay. Yeah, there was really no point in it. I get why they ejected it. They want to adhere to New Trek more. It's not something I'm in favor of, because I like the original story arc as it is, and I think STO should be its own thing, rather than even try to adhere to New Trek, but that's just my opinion on the matter. Like, let STO be its own thing, damn it. It was for years. So, if I can rant about this for just 1 second. This is all just speculation and presumption based on observation and analysis, but STO was Star Trek for quite a while there. Oh, sure, we had a couple of movies, but let's be honest, this was it. But it was good. They did good stuff with it. They moved in good directions with it, and I was completely in favor of it. I really liked how this decided to, they decided to put real time and work and effort into making a good, solid, enjoyable continuation to Star Trek as a series. Then New Trek started coming out. And if you've paid attention, what happened was they dipped their toes into the water with Discovery. And then they just went hog wild with New Trek. Because they discovered, but what happened was after the remerger, when CBS and Paramount remerged back into the same company again, they decided to just dump resources on Trek and start glutting us with Star Trek shows. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, to be clear. What I am saying, it doesn't work that way, Tazara. What I am saying, though, is that because the, how do I explain this? Because of that change, and Star Trek Online has been trying to play catch-up with the new continuity, but shouldn't. It's the simplest way I could put that. Star Trek Online shouldn't try to adhere to new continuity, in my honest opinion. It should try to continue to adhere to its own continuity. But it keeps trying to shove the new Trek continuity into itself, but that doesn't fit in any way, shape, or form. Because New Trek is following its own continuity, which is only barely connected to the old Trek continuity, and Star Trek Online has branched off entirely into a completely separate thing. These two timelines are effectively incongruent and do not work together. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2, and this is something that actually pisses me off on a personal level, is there's been this recurring attitude I get from every interview I've seen about... How do I explain this? Imagine that you are a fan of something, and you decide to make something in that. Maybe you're a Sonic fan, maybe you're a Mario fan, maybe you're a Civilization fan, I don't know. And you decide to make something within that, and it's really good. Now imagine the actual owner of that property comes down from on high and says, "Behold!" And you start bowing and scraping and doing whatever they say to do, and as a consequence, what you make is worse in every way, because of everything that goes along with that. You are no longer focused on making the best thing you can. You're trying to please them, and they don't care about making the best thing they can. They're here to make money, among other things. And that is very severely the attitude that I have been getting. from Star Trek Online. Pretty much ever since Paramount decided to start acknowledging STO. Let me give you a direct example of this. I've already mentioned that one of the story arcs in this game is the worst story arc in the game, and it's the new Trek one. It is, it's actually it starts from their Age of Discovery and goes down there. It's these 3 episode seasons right here, okay? Here's the thing. Part of the reason this stuff sucks so badly, yes, exactly, prisoners. Part of the reason this sucks so badly is what happened was they were like, all right, we're going to go ahead, you know, STO was like, let's go ahead and acknowledge Discovery. They're the big guys. We bow and scrape. And the Discovery people said, you're just a stupid video game. We ain't telling you jack. Okay, I'm being slightly facetious, but the point is, they essentially refused to let the STO developers know what was going on story-wise within Discovery or any of the new Trek stuff. So they didn't have the time or backing or information to make a story arc. So they made things up on the fly, and lo and behold, it sucks. That's a good question, Mike Tomato. I don't actually know. So this entire sequence of affairs just leads to the whole. Leads to just this nonsense. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to call this. Leads to this nonsense. One moment, please. But anyways, all of this is why I think that they shouldn't lick the boots of Paramount, to put that as bluntly as I possibly can. I think they should not actually be doing what they're doing. So I'm trying to find something here. Yeah, I know, right, Trithon? It's like they decided to do their own thing again, and lo and behold, when they decide to do their own story arc, all of a sudden it's really good. There it is. No, that's already on. Sorry, I'm having a graphics glitch, and I'm trying to figure out how to fix it. Because I am worried about that. I hate to stall continuing the story. It's still screwing up. That's... It's not good. Possibly Trithon. I'm looking up some stuff right now because this is untenable. Hi, Flagand. I really hope this isn't something wrong with my graphics card. I can't exactly just go and buy a new graphics. I'm gonna keep ignoring it, Tazara. I'm never acknowledging you. Ever. Like, I don't even have a spare graphic card right now. I gave mine to PAX. Alright, hang on. How many subs have you thrown at me here? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you, Tazara. And that's just for the subs. If you know what you want to put those subs towards, please let me know. Well, no, I noticed it's not flickering on the preview pane, which means I don't think you're seeing the flicker. Which is actually really, 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 really bad. Because that means it's on my computer. It's on my end. And only on my end. And it's just the game, not the rest of the monitor. So that's probably the graphics card. And yes, everyone who just got a sub, if you want to put there towards something, please let me know. Hang on, I might be... Let me switch it over here. I know it's bright, but it's really obvious to see the flicker if it's on something obvious. Probably Trithon? You put it towards dealer's choice. That's what I have down. Crazy Norse is putting it towards... Lunar. And Rama's putting it towards Revengeance. I'm just gonna call it that. It's much easier to remember it that way. I could just reboot the game. The thing is, I'm worried because... It keeps doing that, too. I'm worried because I had some issues last night, too, and this is pretty new. So my diagnosis senses are going off here. Did I already get Roman Cure? I did. I unfortunately had to make the jump to Windows 10, which has caused me no end of issues. See, here's the thing. Right now, to really emphasize how this is a my issue problem, right now STO in my stream is frozen. It's not moving. It's complete. It looks like it's stalled or crashed. But if you look over there on the left, you'll notice that the game is still moving on the preview pane. That's bad. Thank you, Tazara, for the bits. Always appreciate that support, and I'll put that towards Platty's choice. Thank you. So I'm not going to answer the driver question for obvious reasons. We will try the easy solution. We'll see how that works. If that works. You're going to hear some weird things in just a second. I apologize. I need to do a quick diagnosis thing. This shouldn't actually take me long. I can mute it, and I will mute it. I need to test something. Here, have exploration music. I love how this is exploration music, by the way. Bad writing, Trathan. Okay, well that's a good sign. Let's try this. I mean, that's the explanation. That is the only explanation. Now, that being said, you got it, Flaghand. Give me a sec. The Borg probably don't use cloaks because the Borg do not need cloaks. There's no real benefit to a Borg ship cloaking. In fact, it's to the detriment of their overall mentality. No, Rama, I've decided never to do movie ruminations again, especially not next Friday, or 2 Fridays after that, or 2 Fridays after that for the rest of the year. Those videos, definitely have not been recorded for over a year at this point. I like how it's not even capturing now. I mean, you don't have to, Mr. Red. Alright, I'm just gonna let it sit for a minute and see what happens. Also, turn on that stupid, terrible lighting again, see if that, quote-unquote, fixes it. I mean, I suppose it's possible the mission I just did is so bad, it literally screwed with my copy of the game. To the point where I had to reset to fix it. That is not something that would surprise me. I'm just going to watch it for a few more seconds, and we'll see if it does any of the things it's been doing. Because this game is so spaghetti code and so duct tape, I would absolutely believe that. It's the final mission of the Klingon arc on the Federation side. It is the one where you go after the Doomsday device. Yeah, me too, Rama. In fact, if you were paying attention, Rama, during the Season 1 and Season 2 stuff, I kept saying, I can't wait to get to Season 3 where the series gets good. And I've heard that opinion from everyone else ever. And then I actually went through Season 3. And I was like, oh, Season 3 actually sucks. Now, there's some really, really good stuff in Season 3, but it's almost entirely at the end of the season. So it's not doing it again. It's just sitting here being fine. So I'm going to give it a little bit more time. Just a little. Sorry for doing this live tech test here, but that was getting bad. But it feels like it might have just been that mission. Which is good, because I really don't have the money to buy a new video card. Especially given the fact that I'm going to be spending several $1,000s on my teeth soon. Still not doing any of it. Let's check our comment section on YouTube. That's always a fun thing to do. Dear Lore, you suck. What is wrong with you? Go to hell. Sincerely, Mike Romano. You know, I'm right here. You can just tell me live, you know. It's cool. I can take it. I can take it. Here's another one. Let's see. You should stop covering Star Trek Online and start covering games that people actually care about. Nobody cares about Star Trek. From Trathan. Okay, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Crisis averted. Oh my goodness. Yeah, very appropriate music for what just happened. Okay. Yeah, I could get a new GPU. It's just, that's $800, you know? That's not a small amount of money. I am not sufficiently successful to the point where I can just look at, you know, $800 and be like, yeah, no, I got that. I'm not sure I'll ever be at that point, to be completely honest. Oof. Captain, picking up multiple hostile contacts. There's Klingons here, but why are the true way here? Oh god, like right around us. Die, monsters. Die, Tazaras. Wait. The opposite of that. These are the people attacking Tazara. Don't worry, I got your back, bro. Give me a second here, get some buffs going. Yeah, the true way. Do you remember them? No, you don't. Don't lie to me. Why would the Borg run? Oh, you mean in person? So the in-lore reason is because they have no reason to run. The out-of-lore reason is because those suits are effectively impossible to run in. Star Trek or Star Wars music? Which one of those was made by John Williams, one of the greatest composers in human history? It's actually funny, now that I think about it, it was missing up specifically on that mission, too. Jeez. That's because I can never think of his name as a great composer. But, I mean, John Williams versus great composer, I'm sorry, no. Nobuo Uematsu is a better composer than John Williams, in my opinion. I know a lot of people disagree with that. Most people are wrong. No, I'm just joking. For real, though, I would take Uematsu over John Williams. No questions asked. Of course, I'm the weirdo who my favorite music in Star Trek is from Star Trek VI, done by a composer who's never done anything else for Trek. Alright. I don't even know who that is, Mike Romano. See, the irony is I cannot play any Star Wars music for you, Plugand, because I'll be copywronged into oblivion for it, for the same reason that I would of Star Trek music. So that's cool. Apparently we're going to Ryza. Jesus Christ. This is just going to be a thing now. I don't recall any of the music from Blade Runner. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's there. I'm sure it's good. I just don't remember it. What is the... Oh. Immediate glitch! Like, as soon as I beamed in. Jesus. Alright, we should move forward and expect heavy resistance. Yeah, let's get mission music going again here. I mean, it makes sense, Mike Delano. Irritating, but... Ironically, probably the single most memorable Star Trek song for me. Actually, let me ask. How many of you can guess what's the most memorable Star Trek song for me? Sorry. Star Wars. Most memorable Star Wars song for me. God damn it. I did that yesterday, too. I kept mistaking the two. Hi, TSB. Happy Saturday. Padme's Rumination is a very good guess. The Force theme, Battle of the Fates, the Cantina song, the Imperial March, Duel of the Fates. Yeah, those are the ones you'd expect, but all of them are wrong. It's actually Padme's Ruminations. The reason I bring that up, though, is Episode 3, God, that flickering, is in general much more memorable to me when it comes to music. Just across the board. Don't mistake me. The Star Wars theme, obviously, is very memorable. And the Force theme, aka Luke's theme, is also very memorable. But, like, when I think of Star Wars music just off the top of my head, the first thing that jumps into my mind is songs from Episode 3. I bring that up because I feel like I've never heard anyone else give that opinion ever. And that honestly weirds me out just a little bit. What the hell are those things? Whatever, back to killing Cardassians. Yeah, that's exactly my point, Rama. John Williams brought his A game to Episode 3. I'm not sure anybody actually noticed. Captain, did you see that? See what? Whatever. Let's scan this person here. Captain, this Cardassian doesn't have any wounds on him, but my readings show he was dead before we entered this room. I recommend we find a med kit and perform an examination of the corpse. Okay. We're not going to do that. Yeah, you see those light... That is the kind of flickering I was seeing, but worse, earlier. Oh, it's all blue again. What the hell? Is there something wrong with the environmentals on this ship? Don't worry about it. I may have to actually pull this up, too. Alright, let's see. Patient submitted with severe laceration, suffering while working in engineering. Wound was closed using auto-suture. Patient was released with instructions to refrain from active duty, return for examination in 24 hours. Patient returned as instructed, complaining of headache. Elevated body temperature and nausea. White cell count was elevated, and preliminary analysis showed signs of systemic infection resulting in contamination from the wound site. Patient was held in sickbay for treatment and observation. However, the infection spread rapidly and treatment with standard antibiotics was unsuccessful. A more rigorous treatment regime was formulated but also proved unsuccessful. Patient's vital functions ceased. Cause of death, circulatory system failure resulting from sepsis. Patient's body has been prepped for transport back to Cardassia Prime. Patient admitted complaining of pain and inability to concentrate on assigned duties. Patient was treated with hydrochloroquine and told to rest. Psychological evaluation scheduled. Patient returned several hours later saying neither the medication nor rest had helped. Patient was treated with a larger dose of hydrochloroquine and admitted to sickbay for observation. During this period, the patient fell unconscious and was no longer capable of being revived. An autopsy was conducted using a neurolytic probe to obtain a sample of brain tissue. Examination of the neural tissue did not show any signs of infection or trauma that would lead to headaches or fatality. Cause of death, unknown. Patient admitted, complaining of extreme nausea and fatigue. Preliminary exams inconclusive. Patient held for overnight observation, during which the condition worsened. Patient died at 2352 hours. Quarantine protocols put in place on CMO's orders, and a level 8 force field in use to prevent spread of the unknown, possibly infectious agent. Force field may not be disabled without command level authorization. An autopsy on the patient was conducted using a laser scalpel to open the chest cavity. All organs were intact and showed no signs of trauma or infection which would explain the patient's demise. Cause of death remains undetermined pending further investigation. Man, we need to switch playlists here. Patient admitted with fractured tibia, suffered while in the holodeck. The bone was splinted and treated with a regenerator. Patient returned later complaining of pain in the treated leg as well as elevated body temperature. Patient was then treated with a T-cell stimulator to stave off potential infection. Patient's condition continued to worsen while they were being continually treated to boost their immune response. Patient died 6.2 hours after injury. Due to the extreme rate of deterioration in the patient, an infection is unlikely. Fear of contaminous agent and responsibility has been resulted in quarantine protocols being enacted. Cause of death yet to be determined. Corpse put in stasis, pending further examination of the CMO. See, I think I figured it out. I've been observing this, and I think what happens here... Sorry to go off topic for this excellent scene. Is this flickering is actually screwing with my... thingy. Client. There we go. And it's causing knockoff issues. So I think what I'm going to have to do for all these older missions that are, having these problems is just restart the entire client every time I finish a mission, because this is getting bad. But yeah, that flickering, that's not just me, that's not my GPU. That's the old game levels. Like I said, we're in the old and bad stuff right now. There's nothing I can do about that. There are things they could do about that, which they have decided not to do. I'm going to give a negative just for this mission's flickering, because that's extremely bad. Hey look, it's actually frozen this time. Check it out. Do you see it? It's actually straight up frozen. Patient admitted with a plasma burn caused by an exploding EPS conduit. Wound was treated with a protolaser, and the patient was admitted to a sick bay for sedation and observation. Patient suffered neurological event resembling a cerebrovascular accident while sedated and was unable to be resuscitated. Further examination of the patient's death is pending autopsy by the CMO. Cute. Yeah, I get pragmatism, but it really does irritate me how much of this game feels like it's just, they just keep putting out more ships that you can buy and not, fixing the game. Like, it honestly kind of irritates me. Is that everything? I must be missing one thing somewhere. Yeah, this flickering's pretty bad. I'm just going to go ahead and... Oh, there we go. Recommend to people who have flickering issues to not watch the stream for a minute. You know what? Hang on. Possibly, Trithon. It would not surprise me. Produce the content that makes money and not produce the content that's good is a very common corporate mentality. It's actually... So, some of you may or may not remember that StarCraft 2, which was an excellent game, started experimenting with releasing co-op stuff as well as bonus campaign stuff. They didn't really sell, so they were told to stop. So, you know. Okay, so auto suture first. Lasers. Or not. Okay, apparently, whatever. Yeah, no, this game... I'm really not joking when I say this game is held together with twigs and duct tape and hopes and dreams. It is yet another reason why I wanted to get this review done now. These issues have been getting worse over time. With the older stuff. With the stuff I'm covering now. You got it, Rama. I'm never doing that, Rama. Thank you, French philosopher. And I will put that towards whatever you want me to put it towards, I suppose. Winx Club, right? I think that's a show? I've heard that too, Admiral Murphy. I'm not sure I believe them, to be completely honest. But, yeah. Okay, the Neurolytic Probe, maybe? Nope. Okay. I'm actually using a walkthrough, and the walkthrough is just apparently straight up wrong, so... Whatever. Oh no, it was the Neurolytic Probe. Yay! Listen, friend, what do you want from me? Alright. So, let's scan for electroplasma. Electroplasma is used by several known species as a means of transferring power from a central power source to an outlying area from a ship or outpost. Plasma serves as an efficient medium for maintaining a high state of energy even when moved over a great distance, or allowed to sit unused for long periods of time. For this reason, energized electroplasma can be stored in plasma canisters for transport and still arrive in a viable state. You realize I am doing that right now, Pika. Have been, for the last several minutes. Let's see. Let's scan for Omega Energy. All information on Omega Energy is classified. There are no Omega molecules anywhere inside the ship. Captain, what are Omega molecules? It's my favorite little tidbit in this whole mission. I'm not even going to explain that. I just like that. And I did get it, Trihexia. I even said thank you. Someone tell Trihexia that I got it, because I know Trihexia has trouble hearing me. Trellic waves. Trellic waves are a result of a process called selective molecular polarization, in which a substance is modified at a fundamental level to convert matter into energy. Trellic energy is not used by any known species because they are known to cause deterioration in living tissue. Captain, I'm picking up a large concentration of Trellic waves centered around the ship's bridge. Trellic waves are harmful to humanoids. They will not be able to be in the area for long, and the Cardassians would be subject to the deleterious effects as well. They would not knowingly use Trellic energy. I suggest we take a closer look. Whatever's causing the waves is probably responsible for the deaths of the Cardassians in the mess hall. Are you seeing this, by the way? Flicker, 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 flicker. God, it's ridiculous. Does anybody know what's actually causing it? Like, does anybody have the tech know-how to know what is causing that issue? 'Cause that's bad. Did you see something? Oh, Jesus, what are those things? I have no idea, Peak. I've never played Hades. Don't worry, I swear I shouldn't say that. I am hopeful that when we get to more modern stuff, we will no longer have, you know, constant graphical bugs and literal issue-causing things. Just gonna use some Borg nano probes there on the Phantasm. Almost assuredly, Admiral Murphy. No mistaking now, Captain. Those were Davadians. What's curious, those Davadians were out of phase with us. Normally, we can't see them without a substance force field tuned with an extremely sensitive phase discriminator. We didn't have that, so how are they appearing in our reality? I recommend checking out the crew log. Maybe there's something we have to do to figure out what the Davadians were doing here. Yeah, by the way, remember the Davadians?
Our mission goes well.
Oh.
Has disabled or destroyed 7 enemy ships. I look forward to reporting our successes. The Chief Medical Officer is concerned about casualties. It is his job to be concerned. Mine is to operate this ship at peak efficiency. I have read his report about unexplained deaths and dismissed it. There is always an explanation. He simply hasn't looked hard enough for it. I cannot let his failings disrupt our mission. Gul Madred is looking for men of purpose to assist him. He wants leaders with the will to use whatever means are necessary to free our people from Federation tyranny. If all goes well, after this campaign, I will be seen as one of those leaders.
Remember Gul Madred? While we're on the subject.
Repairs to the Axon go as expected, running low on deuterium and warp coils. Wish there was more time between battles to do more than patch critical systems. But time is the most precious commodity there is. 4 crewmen down. 1 died in battle with Klingon forces, but 3 others died in accidents. I have spoken to the captain about launching an investigation, but he sees nothing but his dreams of glory and a return to conquest. Unusual spike in triolic wave energy may be affecting warp core efficiency. Must speak to Triolic and see if his sensor readings have turned up anything unusual. Letter from Maja arrived today. She and the children are well, but she worries about me. She wants me to leave the true way and return to Cardassia Prime. 6 months ago, I would have ignored her pleas. Now, though, I miss her, and I see no end to this fighting. Perhaps she is right.
Science Officer's Log, Stardate 86790.8. My duties on a combat mission are limited, but I was pleased today to have a chance to scan the approaching Griffin's Comet. The comet itself has not been a focus of much scientific inquiry, and it last passed through this sector in the late 23rd century. My scans, however, reveal surprising amounts of triolic wave energy emitting from the comet, as well as detectable amounts of chronoton particles. The triolic waves will unfortunately prevent a closer study of the comet. They are quite harmful to humanoid life forms, and the captain is loath to jeopardize our mission for my curiosity. I have requested the launch of a Class 1 probe.
Why are the Cardassians stupid evil? I think you answered your own question there, Roman Cure. However, the Cardassians are not. We'll talk about that in a minute.
The chronotons are of even greater interest. They appear in instances of temporal disturbances, which could mean that this comet has been, or will be, in the presence of a temporal event. Time mechanics are so cumbersome. I must have more data. But the captain has never had much interest in science. Perhaps I will remind him that chronoton particles are harmful against the aliens who live in the Bajoran wormhole. A potential weapon to use against the Bajoran's gods may be of enough interest to him to divert our course.
I'm just making fun. The Cardassians are pure evil. I think we all know this. Thank you, French philosopher. Thank you, Mr. Red. The Cardassian Union is pretty evil because they're Nazis. I could actually go substantially more in depth than that, but I don't need to because they're Nazis. Cardassians as a people are not evil. In fact, we actually meet arguably more decent Cardassians than we do not as we're going through the course of Star Trek in general. And that's going towards XCOM 2 and Diablo 1. We should return to the Atma. Agreed. Let's get away from this frickin' flicker. My God.
Are you sure you found no sign of the Cardassians attempting to open a portal, or otherwise bring the Davadians into our phase variants? This is troublesome. There are pieces to the puzzle I don't have yet. Let me do some digging and I will be in touch. Until next time.
Garak is neutral leaning towards good. He doesn't portray himself like it. And he is more than willing to do things that are not good in order to accomplish it. But if we're being honest, time and experience have tempered him rather substantially. To the point, one moment. There we go. To the point where he, I would say that Garak, as of Deep Space Nine, especially by the end of the show, is someone who would rather do good and not do evil if given a choice. He is usually not given a choice, and he is experienced and pragmatic enough to say screw it in most cases. But the relevant point there is that he does not want to do it, he merely chooses to do it, which is a different thing. That's an interesting question, Zactaft. That's also the wrong button. So now we're doing spin the wheel. We have an intelligence operative undercover at Drozana Station. Welcome to Drozana! Her astute observations have given us the edge in several critical engagements in the neutral zone. 22 hours ago, the operative activated an emergency subspace beacon. Zamara would only contact me in this manner. If she was about to be discovered by the enemy, her life was in danger. I am understandably concerned. Go to Drozana, find Zamara, assist her. Take her to safety if you have to, but don't blow her cover. If you go in their weapons blazing, you may get her killed. I've accessed your logs. It's been quite some time since you had shore leave. I suggest you visit Drozana for some downtime. Well, thankfully Drozana's actually just right over here. I hope you enjoy, Pika. That flickering, whatever it's doing, is really messing with me. And by that I mean my computer. Unless the game's frozen again. Section 31... Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it.
Welcome to Drozana!
Section 31 are an intelligence community that don't exist. That's the simplest way to answer your question.
And don't forget the 77...
Alright. Let's go talk to the Ferengi. So, the stuff we're doing right now is effectively side quest. The MSQ is this stuff right here. Now, that being said, some of these quests could be...
Common cocktails! 4.7% discount for the next 3 minutes!
Could be argued to be considered main story quests, but they're so out of date and have so many issues with them that that's debatable. Remember, you know, the issues we were just having 5 seconds ago.
Welcome to Drozana Station, the home of the finest libations and pleasures this side of Rex. Care to hear about today's specials? Have you tried the Comet Cocktail? It's out of this world.
I'm actually looking for someone.
Aren't we all? Me? I want a leggy Vulcan with a liberal attitude toward interspecies relations. So, are you looking for someone in particular, or just some company?
You know, for the longest time I wondered why Ferengi always find Vulcans attractive. And then it occurred to me. It's the ears.
Oh yeah, I know Samara. Maybe she's been here recently, and maybe she hasn't. My memory is kind of, hazy.
I can bribe you if you want.
Yeah, I'm sure we can. In fact, I feel my memory clearing up already. I tell you what, I know you Starfleet types aren't big on Latinum, but what you do have are skills and a willingness to get your hands dirty. That's what I need right now. Our replicators are on the fritz. Maybe it's the whole power system, because the lights are going wonky, too. But a little blue mood lighting isn't as big a problem for me as unfilled drink orders. Go to the cargo bay and get my replicators working. By the time you're done, I'm sure I will have remembered where I last saw Zamara.
I hate this little mini quest. Just gonna say that right now. It's okay, there's no flickering, so that's nice. Yeah, this... And yeah, I briefly showed off DS9, but we haven't actually gone there in the construction of the run yet. I was just making a comparison. So the replicators are not working. They need power. Oh, for God's sakes. Let's get some diagnostics going here. Captain, the biggest problem you're going to have... By the way, this was something they patched in. The fact that you can call your engineering team and say, help me solve this puzzle. Not a great sign. So, Drozana was built in the mid-23rd century, and many of the systems on the station haven't had a major update in more than a century. So you're dealing with an EPS system that can't handle the strain of running modern equipment. I did some digging and found a log by a Starfleet Corps of Engineer officer who visited the station in the early 24th century and made repairs to the EPS system. Hey, Flicker! The log says you need to regulate the power flow by rotating it through various subsystems, using them as circuit breakers. So, scan the damaged systems. Okay, I can do that. When you find a snarl of wires and cable that looks like they've been chewed by voles, you realize not every system may need to be used to make a successful reroute. Some systems may need more than one connection. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Looks like someone used an outdated power coupling to connect the gravity control to the main power feed. Must have been an emergency fix, but it's been here so long because that's how that works. What's that old saying? There's nothing as permanent as a temporary solution. The EPS relays on the station are a maze of shunts and relays, with patches going between unrelated systems and even the power cells being used to boost flow in critical areas. 6 connections are required. So there's our goal, 6 connections. That would be funny, Blade-Joel. The holosuites have a separate environmental control system so they can be finely tuned for temperatures appropriate to the various scenarios running at any given time. Environmental controls cannot connect to holosuites. There's a shunt that is slowly diverting energy from the station's core to hollow emitters, installed in some of the lower levels of the station. You'll need to compensate for that energy drain to restore the replicator function. The connection must end with the system to which you are attempting to restore power. The Klingons who ran the station in the early 24th century made significant improvements to the station's shields and added turret weapons. While it made the station more defensible, it also increased the amount of energy needed to keep the station's grid operational. The fourth connection must be to the defense grid. Solve for X. Valen find a way to keep the station's ancient bar coolers working by connecting the cooling systems to the replicators. Unless the connection is maintained, all refrigeration needs to go offline. Replicators must connect to environmental controls. So if you're paying attention, what we've got here is the replicators, which is our end goal. Oh, I gotta investigate one more thing. Have to connect to environmental. Environmental cannot connect to holosuite. The defense grid must be fourth, and I don't remember what the thing is for the power coupling. I have actually done this legitimate, because when I did this for the first time, the wiki didn't exist. So I kind of didn't have a choice. Here we go. You must start the connection with the replicators. So, replicators first. Environmental second. By default, that means the gravity has to be third, I think. That would then lead to the defense grid at 4. Yeah, this used to be full of people running around like I'm doing right now. In fact, you notice there is actually another player running around doing this right now. I'm legitimately amused by that. And then holosuites, I suppose? Nope. Damn, I was actually doing well. Alright, hang on. So we start with replicator. It'll actually at least tell you the moment you screw up. Oh, whoop, whoop. Then to environmental. Whoop, 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 whoop. And back to gravity. Over to defense. Oh yeah, I'll show off Dabo extremely briefly, don't worry. So it's not holosuites. Yeah, I was going to say, I know I have to go back to one of these. I just can't remember which. I'm going to go back to environmental. And then over to holosuites? That can't be right. Yeah, that can't be right, though. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Of course it doesn't. Right. I remember now. I remember. The holosuites is literally a red herring. You never connect to holosuites. That's what it is. So, replicators. Environmental. Yeah, I'm always surprised by how many players are hanging out in places that aren't ESD or Kronos. Or DS9. Those 3 locations make sense, but then I see players just hanging around other places. Like over New Romulus, for example. And then, yeah, back to environmental. Yep. And then back to replicators, because replicators have to connect to environmental, and bam! There we go. Yeah, there are several at Defara, too, which is weird. I suppose we're in sector space. Sorry. No, it's... Okay.
Get your Comet cocktails! 4.7% discount for the next 3 minutes! Welcome to Drozana State! Have you tried the... They are! And I am exceedingly pleased by your generous offer to repair them for no compensation. I can't let you go away empty-handed, though. How about I give you a 15% discount on drinks and souvenirs for an amount of time to be determined by management?
If you don't tell me about Zamara...
Fine. A deal's a deal, right? Never let it be said that I'll cheat a valued customer like yourself. Personally, I don't know why you're so interested in her. She's a looker, but just try talking to her. She's more paranoid than an Obsidian Order agent in a room full of Tal Shiar. Zamara usually hangs out near the Dabo tables. Keep an eye out for a looker wearing purple. You can't miss her. Good deals and good times. You'll find it all on Drozana Station.
So let's extremely briefly show off Dabo?
You're a winner.
I think this is Dabo. Oh, I can't actually do it. Huh. Oh well. We'll show off Dabo later. We will.
Be careful. They're watching. I'm not in the mood for a chat right now, thanks.
And what could I do to help you?
Find out who's watching me. I'm not safe here. The Klingons are looking for me. They know someone has been feeding intelligence to Starfleet. The ghosts are always watching. Their eyes are hungry. Yesterday, they surrounded a drunken Klingon. Now he's dead. They will find me when the blue light shines, and then I'll disappear.
I know what the ghosts are.
How could you know that? You may think you know. You may even have readings in your tricorder that you think are right, but you don't know. How could you know? I'm here every day. They watch me, and I watch them.
Lady, they're Davadians. It's cool. I can take you someplace safe.
No, they're everywhere. They're watching. You've been here too long. Someone will notice that we're together. Go do something else. Play Dabo. I'll contact you when I'm ready, when it's safe. Watch yourself. They're everywhere.
Well, let's go play Dabo then.
Spin the wheel and win.
Alright, so I'm going to go with 1, 11, and 33. And I will bet, I'll bet 100. Oh, I was too slow. Come on. Okay, place my bet. Interesting. I don't have lucky numbers, I just like those numbers.
Dabo!
Is that a...
Close enough. I couldn't wait for you to get that lucky. We would have been here all night. Psst. Zamara wants me to give you a message. She wants you to know, if you're interested in finding out what's really going on here at Drozana Station, you need to check out the lower levels. I have an access code for you that will get you past the security doors. If you want to talk with her again, I suggest you collect your winnings and catch her before she leaves.
Oh yeah, by the way, I have no idea how to play Dabo. Don't ask me.
I'm not in the mood for a chat right now, thanks. You don't need to worry about me. I'm going to leave this place to the ghosts. They seem to belong here more than we do. I've booked passage on a ship. You don't need to know which one. Just tell Drake he'll keep getting his intel, one way or another. Good luck. You're going to need it. Watch yourself.
Yeah, I mean, there were Davadians in the Donato system, and now we found evidence of them on the Drozana station. Obviously, they're using the neutral zone as a feeding ground, and that puts dozens of worlds at risk. I've requested sensor data on the ships closest to the comet's current location for analysis, but that's only half our problem. If properties of the comet are somehow easing the Davadians' entry into this area of space, how do we stop them? Well, the closest research facility we have is Deep Space K7. Well, let's go. Yeah, there's no real PvP in this game to speak of. There is, it just sucks. Yeah, you warp in, and then you die. It's really simple, actually. Goodbye from Drozana. Wait, hold up, before we start that song. Let's switch back to this music. I'm just gonna leave this playlist on for, like, the rest of this particular story arc. Frickin' beautiful rise, I swear. Only if they turn off the environmental controls, Mr. Red. Yeah, this mission quest chain is probably going to get several gameplay negatives, ignoring the flickering, which is a bug and is a problem. But even ignoring the bug, like, there's some issues with the construction of this game, or this quest arc. I love the story, at least by memory I do. We'll see what I think of it in terms of, you know, going back through it.
How can I help you?
There are Davadians in the neutral zone.
So that explains why Drake was interested in the prototype. It was a complete failure at detecting polarization cloaks. But if I added a phase modulator and reversed the polarity, these modifications should be no problem. And when I'm done, this beam will pack quite a punch against phase-shifted Davadians. I'll forward the weapon on to Drake as soon as I'm done. Be careful. The Davadians won't stop. I'm afraid we'll have to be ready to fight. Good luck, and stay safe.
Captain, we've done what we can for Zamara. We have information we need about the Davadians, and Lieutenant Kalapa is working with a weapon we can use to fight them. I suggest report back to Drake and see what he has to say. He's never been very forthcoming with his information, but the more we know about his operations, the more we'll know about Section 31. You now purchase Comet cocktails at Drozana Station. I do too, Mike Romano, but we will see. That's not really up to me.
Good work. Zamara may think she has slipped my noose, but I always have ways of keeping tabs on her. I take special care to know all about people in whom I have an interest. But you already know that. The ghosts that Zamara mentioned concern me, however. You already encountered Davadians once. It's likely they're on Drozana Station as well. And I won't let them use Federation citizens as food. Lieutenant Kalapo has completed work on the synchronic distortion prototype rifle. It should help you when you're ready to enter the lower levels of Drozana. Drake out.
Can I just say that the Davadians are actually kind of a fascinating little thing? They're a sentient sapient species, but they have no interest in communicating because they only see us as food.
Until next time.
So they just kind of are, like, I don't want to say they're villainous so much as there's no good way to interact with them, right? I don't remember if the gun's necessary. We're going to try it without the gun. Because I think turrets, the pets, bypass most of those rules, like with the Borg. So we'll see what lies beneath. I love how these are completely out of order, by the way. It's skirmish, then spin the wheel, then what lies beneath, then old is new, then Night of the Comet. It's like, come on.
It's clear the Davadians are more of a problem than we initially thought. We know they're in the neutral zone. Now we know they're on Drozana Station as well, and according to Zamara, there have already been deaths there. In addition, she indicated that the lower levels of the station were a trouble spot. Those levels aren't used as part of the club there, and they haven't been maintained for years, and Ferengi are, of course, quite reticent to put any effort into maintenance that isn't absolutely necessary. That means we don't really know what's down there. Zamara's code should get you access. Take a lift down and check it out. Previous Starfleet encounters with Davadians have indicated that they will create nests around the temporal portals they use, so keep an eye out for anomalies. If we find the portal, we'll know where and when the Davadians are feeding. Oh, and I expect it to be messy down there. Don't forget to take an emergency beacon.
I think you're right, Macamano. They're alphabetical. ENSS ABITT BFOOS CCCCC, but it still counts. That's actually interesting. Anyways, that might be coincidental, but it's interesting nonetheless. Oh wow, I'm way out here. Thank you again, Tazara. Now I have to kill Tazara really quick after Vigilant puts that towards something. Oh, hang on. Can't kill Tazara yet. Gotta go to Drozana Station. Oh, God. Drozana. Damn that Ferengi. We're never. We will get away from Drozana, I swear. It's just we gotta get out of the old stuff. You know what I mean? We're still stuck in the old crap. Fallout, you got it. Hang on. New World Blues, I think? No, it's Old World Blues. Some kind of blues with the world. That's all I remember. Ready to go to Drozana?
Welcome to Drozana.
Oh, Jesus, play Travol.
Everything you need for shore leave.
Porg!
Things that you didn't even know you wanted. Shopping, drinking, dining, entertainment.
Hello, Chocolate Fireguard. What, you don't like going to Drozana, Makamano? God. Yeah, whatever, some year, because it's nowhere near close, but some year we're going to go to Guild Wars 2, and we're just going to shotgun negatives at the beginning of the game, because it's just so bad. Oh. Yeah, that is kind of weird, Makamano. I don't know what's up with that. Sir, reading temporal fluctuations and trialic energy. Staying here too long can be hazardous. Interference may also make it difficult to contact the ship or get a transporter lock. Cool. This is cool. Take an emergency flashlight. That's not blinding. This box of emergency supplies isn't just lying around. Bellin probably bartered with a Nuskin pirate for it. I recognize these flashlight drones. Hands-free hover system, programmed to shift in response to your movement. Not the most reliable, though. Trialic waves. There must be Davadians nearby. I expect we will see more as we approach the area with the greatest concentration of trialic energy. Thinking about indeterminate readings from the door to our left. However, interference makes it hard to get an accurate scan at a distance. Ferengi suffered from trialic radiation poisoning. It seems he's been here for a while, sir. Even the Davadians couldn't use his neural energy, but it's still dangerous to keep him too close to their nest. There's nothing we can do for him now due to the temporal flux disrupting the transporters. We can't even beam the body out. Once we get out of here, we'll notify station security. Oh yeah, I don't have that on because occasionally it'll cut off dialogue when I don't want it to flag out. So that's why that's there. Might not be an issue, shouldn't arguably be an issue, but we'll see. Well, there's only one choice, Roman Cure, and that is the replicator. Like 100%. No questions asked. There's one technology I want from Chrono Trigger. One technology I want from Star Trek. Maintenance levels are suffering from intermittent power problems. The EPS conduits are probably overloaded due to the temporal fluctuations. The station's pretty old, sir. Many of these components are more than a century old. I'm seeing trailing surges near the maintenance lift and across multiple levels, but nothing that can't be consistently tracked. The Enertron Blade Travel. Yeah, choice number 2, by the way. Medical tricorder. Specifically a medical tricorder. Tricorders are nice, but imagine being able to say, oh, that's what's wrong with me, in like 2 seconds. This is the Dyson armor from the Solonite reputation. No, what the? Spiders! Spiders! Oops. Like, I don't know if you properly understand what that would mean. To not have to... Like, we don't have the ability to scan for medical problems right now. I know what you're thinking. But x-rays! No, you're not listening to me. We do not have the ability to scan for medical problems. We have the ability to take certain types of scans and then guess. Imagine having the ability to just look at someone and tell all the medical issues they're having. All of them. Stuff they probably don't even know about. Of course, fixing it, well, that would be problematic. But, yeah, I don't think we need the proton rifle. I think we're good. We have anti-proton stave? Staff? We'll go staff. We have an anti-proton staff. There we go. Proper grammar. Yeah, that rifle's also total junk, but that's neither here nor there. The Davadians are definitely getting more aggressive. They could have a lair somewhere in the lower levels. If they do, they'll become increasingly more violent as we get close to their territory. The rifle should have a yeah, blah, blah, blah. We're not using the rifle. Yeah, why would someone lock down the lift in the first place? That's just weird. Someone locked down the lift. It's okay. We opened it up. This isn't the computer core level. Sir, the lift is stuck. We're somewhere on the maintenance level for environmental controls and waste recycling. We need to track down the damaged functions and repair them before we can take the lift to complete. Or we could just walk. You know, emergency ladders or staircases or anything. We don't have to take the lift. Oh, for God's sakes. You there, Captain? You're saying... Too much interference. Looks like we're on our own. Okay. Cool. Let's override the lock. And we're locked in now. Okay. Whatever. Let's go get some repairs going on while we're here. Yeah, that's right. It's the future. We can't take stairs. What are we, a plebeian?
Hello? Is someone out there? Please, help me!
It's coming from the convoys on the wall.
Hello? Is someone there?
Who is this?
Please, you have to help me. I came down here to check on one of the atmosphere regulators, and someone shot me.
Who shot you?
I'm not sure. I didn't get a good look. He was so fast. Please, you have to find a way to open this door and get me out of here.
I'm gonna activate the manual override. Try to reach the release lever.
Oh, prophets, no. He's back. No. Ah!
Okay. Hello? Hello?
Log entry supplemental. I've upgraded a few of the components on this level, including remote overrides for bleed valves on environment controls, hollow emitters to expedite further repairs, and security overrides in case of emergency. I'm starting to suspect that the low-level radiation I've detected on these decks has affected the station inhabitants, and that some are showing signs of transient acute schizophrenia and paranoia. I'll have to maintain contact silence for now, so that they don't interfere while I'm trying to repair the systems. Once I've corrected the problems causing the radiation leaks, we can deal with the symptoms. Log entry supplemental. My work here will take far longer than I originally anticipated. Fortunately, I've engaged a safety interlock on the maintenance lift, so no one will come down here without me knowing about it. I found several program errors that have purged the affected subroutines. The work is much easier now. Soon, everything will be under control.
Cool. Sounds very safe. Oh, there's the woman. Oh, ma'am? Ma'am? Multiple phaser burns and contusions. This woman was murdered. The wounds are still warm. She was killed just seconds ago. Duh! No other exits or entrances in the room, and the transporters are offline. How could she be killed alone in a locked room? That's an interesting question. It's, There we go. All of a sudden, there's no sound for some reason. There's kind of no sound. If you don't mind my asking, other than the obvious jank, what makes it hard to engage with, Chocolate Fargo? Like, what are you running into? Is it these Davadians? I knew it! See how they're like a portal to the sun. Oh yeah, no, this weapon is so good. It has a fast fire rate, it does good damage, it chain lightnings. And that's just from the pure gameplay perspective.
Barnacle, I see you. Barnacle, Barnacle, what will you do?
See. Well, fix that. That makes sense, Chocolate Fire Garden. There's no defense of that. In fact, I've given quite a few negatives for exactly that problem.
Barnacle, Barnacle, dress all in red. Barnacle, Barnacle, soon you'll be dead.
Nice guy. I think he's on the level. No, the voice acting for this is pretty legit. I remember the first time I did this quest, and it was just kind of shocked that they were willing to go this direction with the story. In a good way.
They sent you, didn't they, my old Barnacle? To halt my work, to change my program. You'll not survive to perform such duties. Oh no, my precious
Kind of busy with the Davidians. I'll deal with you in a second.
Log entry supplemental. The strange power fluctuations are related to the problems in the power subsystems on the upper decks. So I'm looking into the possibility of feedback damage or spikes in the environmental systems. It could take some time to find the problem and make repairs, though. Particularly if I need to use the replicators to create replacement components. Balan is loath to allow use of the replicators for anything more than blood wine and Gramillion sand peas. I mean, this is dirty, uncomfortable, and thoroughly disagreeable work. Naturally, as soon as the job involves mucking around in the recycled atmosphere and waste processing, I get the short straw.
Yeah, no, that tracks. Fortunately, we are having a slight issue, but I think we can fix it. All we have to do is go up here and kill the killer. The portal to the sun will never stop being old. Wait. So, it was a malfunctioning hologram. The Trialic energy degraded his program and caused instability, and the Davidians didn't bother it because it had no neural energy for them to feed upon. Looks like the encryption key for the door might correspond to the subroutine embedded in the hologram's mobile emitter. We should try to use it to open the door. Mobile emitters are still rare outside of Starfleet. The staff here must have spent quite enough latinum to obtain one. If you ask me, Bellin might be selling more than drinks in Davo. It would be best if someone kept an item, but I have a feeling Franklin Drake is doing that. So what you're saying, Zalok, is a nightmare dystopian hell future. Okay, I can beat that. So we've dealt with the Bonniekin. We're on the computer level now. The core itself is down a long ramp. Alright, well, let's go then. You're on, my kimono. Okay. Another locked door. So it doesn't have any special codes. Okay, let's just go open it then. Now that we don't have a rogue hologram trying to kill us and impede our progress. Oh god, more Davidians. Well, think about all that implies to the society of the other people, who either are long dead, or worse. And yeah, I'd say that sounds dystopian to me, Zalok. Oh no, this would be a fantastic mission to update. The fact that they haven't is honestly kind of criminal. It's atmospheric. It's interesting. It makes perfect sense in lore. Like, how do you make a horror story within Star Trek? You throw them up against a malfunctioning hologram. And it makes so much sense, because a hologram can do a lot of things a regular person can't. Like kill someone in a locked room with no other exits. And then we add in the Davidians on top of everything else. And the Davidians are quite literally vampires. No, it's down. I was right. I was right. Don't have to question yourself, Lord. God. Alright, we found the regulator room. The Davadians are probably leeching power from the station to keep the gate active. We could use the console to set up a power spike that would disrupt near the computer core, which might disrupt the Davadians and their gate. Okay. Looks like the field control station. We can set up field systems here so we can activate them in the computer core. That should push them out of our universe. Okay, sure. Yeah, this place is just run down, isn't it? Good lord. Frickin' Ferengi, am I right? Listen, Zalok, I understand and appreciate your dystopian ways, but I just feel like I'm going to have to ask you to stop coming up with horrific nightmare death dooms, if that's okay. Oh no, Cork would give enough of a damn to actually bother. Whoa, boss fight. Or how they define boss fights at this point in the game. It's got ads and more stats. That's a boss fight. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and infest him with... Oh, you think you can do that to me, buddy? I can do it right back. Give me your soul. Listen, if you want to do... Oh, hang! We found the time portal. Once we get readings from the portal, we should be able to take them back to Deep Space K7. Their computing facilities are more extensive than what we can do on the Atma. Don't know if I agree with that, but sure. Let's go and scan this thing. Damn it. Alright. Now, backtracking for absolutely no reason. Seriously, I don't know what they were thinking here. Need to go back to K7 so we can go back to Drozana after having gone to K7 so we can go to Drozana.
Welcome to Drozana. You're cleared for docking. We have everything you need for shore leave, and a few things that you didn't even know you wanted. Entertainment. You'll find it all here. And don't forget the 77th rule of acquisition. If you break it, I'll charge you for it.
Don't worry, I won't break Drozana Station. Maybe. I might. I mean, honestly, Zalok, that is kind of how I feel. Oh god, Trathon. I got rid of most of my old gear. I was holding on to it for, you know, sentimental sakes, and then I just sort of, you know, ejected it. Oh, right, we need to go to this computer terminal. This one... where is it? Is that the computer terminal? Yep, there it is. Ignore the guy standing next to the computer. Shove him out of the way. Do the analysis. Quest complete.
Now that we know the Davadians have a portal to the past and approximately where they are focusing their attention, I see no other choice than to send you and your crew back there to stop them before they kill again. I'll be honest, Time travel is a tool. At times, it is a useful one. I know Starfleet has hundreds of regulations about temporal incursions, but my job is to preserve the Federation, not make Admiral Quinn and the rest of the suits at Starfleet Command happy. If we break a few rules along the way, so be it. I need to make some preparations before you can proceed. I will contact you when the time is right. Drake out. Until next time.
Well, okay.
Obviously, the Davadians have found a way to harness this surge of triolic energy. The existence of the Davidian portal means they're traveling freely between the station in the present and in the past. Since 23rd century technology can't detect the Davidian phase shift, that time period is rife with potential victims. The only choice now is to stop the incursion at the source. You'll have to take that portal into the past and find out how the Davidians are creating this new surge of triolic energy. Stop them and find a way back without altering the timeline. Don't worry about temporal investigations. I'll pull a few strings. They'll never know you were gone. Best to keep your team small, just in case.
Okay. Back to Drozana, by the way. I feel like I've already complained about this, but honestly. I love the idea of Drake just walking down to temporal investigation, being like, look, I'm sending someone back into the past. You got a problem with it? And they're like, no. Good. Piss off. Okay. Yep, time to be ready to welcome to Drozana. Oh god, I remember when you had to go to Memory Alpha to craft. God, that was terrible.
Welcome to Drozana. Have everything you need for shore leave, and a few things that you didn't even know you wanted. Shopping, drinking, dining, entertainment.
I like to think he's still talking as I'm just leaving, like, yep, completely ignoring him in character. I mean, they have to have no accountability space cadet. It's kind of required. No, don't, Roman. I hate that song. I hate that song now. God. Screw that song. It's extremely depressing and good. I'll agree with both of those. Alright. Let's head back into the past. That mug was great. Terrifying, though. Imagine a universe in which ads have invaded our lives to that extent. Like, they're already pretty invasive, let's be honest, but at least I don't have to go and ignore an ad playing on my mug while I'm drinking from it. Now that's dystopian, my god. Oh yeah, the ads in the dreams from Futurama. Oh. Yeah, give it a few years. We'll get there. So, we're still on Drozana Station, sir. Just in the past. We need to be careful. Even if Drake doesn't care about Temporal Prime Directive, we should. I super don't. Alright, let's go. Why is there nobody here? There should be someone here, even just a technician. Well, if we can find the right parts, we can cobble together a subspace field emitter and perhaps get an idea of what the Davadians are doing here, but using 23rd century technology is going to make that much more difficult. The Federation won't develop ways to detect the subspace variances until almost a century from now. Listen, Zalok, all I'm saying is that pure evil, okay? God, could you imagine? Alright, we did it. We have figured out regular space travel. Oh, great. The universe is ending. Cool. That's cool. Whoops, I'm not actually supposed to go up here yet. As you can see, it's a little more peaceful in the past here. Oh, there's nobody here. The station's on medical alert. Non-essential personnel are confined to quarters. Computer cores locked down. Fortunately, the lockdown works both ways. Nobody can get in, but we can't get out. Lucky for us, these old systems had well-documented problems. Yeah, okay, I get it. Let's go technobabble our way out of here. Got it. They really like their puzzles in this game. Like, wait until you get to the Romulan stuff. We're gonna have a whole bunch of puzzles. I'm not sure if they're good or not, but there's a lot of them. There is one up, right? Yep, there it is. Yeah, I've got an answer. I've got a phaser. I mean, I'm not talking about, like, blasting a hole in the wall, but, like, for God's sakes, surely I can cut my way out of here. I have a phaser, canonically. Then I need to set up one again. There we go. In case you're wondering, what I just did was I asked the computer to do so many things simultaneously that it overloaded and stopped functioning so I could get out. Now, I'm going to say that one more time in case you missed that. The lockdown on the door was being controlled by the computer. So if I overload the software, its control over the hardware went away. Now, obviously that makes a degree of sense, but, like, for God's sakes, do you not have a freaking lever that has an emergency release?
What are you doing down here?
Oh, God.
This station is on medical alert, and nobody's supposed to area but me. Hey, is that a weapon? Don't try anything, or I'll have to stun you.
How would you look at this and think, okay, look, I'm a consulting specialist looking for a source vector. I am supposed to be down here.
That's fine, then. I can give you directions. Just head the rest of the way up the ramp. Go through the upper connecting room, and then take the maintenance lift up.
Thank you. This doesn't sound as TOS-y as I was hoping. Let's go with this instead. This is more TOS-y. And then I kill him. Here's one for you, Zalok. So, in some of these missions, there's flickering that's so bad that it actually bugs out the client for all future missions. So I'm reading a patrol team ahead. Since the station's on medical alert, they're probably following standard patrol pattern. We might be able to sneak past them, or even lock them in the side rooms. Or we can horrifically murder them. Well, time for horrific murder. I open a portal to the sun. In the past. Eat anti-protons. Look, they spotted me, okay? It's fine, it's fine. By the way, one of the little touches I like is if you pay attention, this is the same layout as Drozana Station in, you know, the present. It's just not dilapidated and falling apart. And filled with murderous, literally murderous holograms. Alright. Anybody want to piss me off today? Good.
Oh, hey. You shouldn't be here. You should get up to the quarantine area.
I'm sorry, what are you working on?
Oh, just running a level 3 diagnostic on the subsystem. The computers on this station are state-of-the-art. I can simulate an entire copy of the station and display every piece of it as a wireframe model.
Wow, that's impressive. Could you show me?
I'm really busy with this diagnostic. Sorry. You really should go up to the quarantine area. Excuse me.
Right. So anyways. Warning, improper access may cause injury or death. Okay, so disconnect, discharge, unlock, remove. Here we go. I mean, honestly, there's several murderous captains in TOS, so, I mean, kind of tracks, you know? Whoops, wrong way. This isn't the power distribution level. Security's over in the turbolift. They must have detected our arrival. Station security will be here any minute now. If we're gonna get out of this without a fight, we need to look to our alternatives quickly. Okay. Well, let's try not to get into a fight. Because we wouldn't want to get into a fight, now would we? Alright. Let's not encounter these Starfleet personnel. Surely they'll just kind of walk by. Any minute now. Ah, it's taking too long. Die! 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 Okay, they're all dead. Hang on. Give me a second. They'll all be dead in a second. Okay. That's what they get for being in my way.
Hold it right there.
That's okay. The intruders ambushed us and took our uniforms.
Then why are you dressed like that?
They left behind their clothes. We had to put on something. The intruders ambushed us in a Jeffries tube between the turbolift and the control room, just across the hallway.
Go back to the maintenance lift. I'll take my team to check the Jeffries tube and we'll box them in.
Perfect. Let's do that. You go do that. Ahem. By the way, one of the weapons I have, Venters, is the ability to infest people with Borg nanoprobes in order to assimilate them. I'm not making that up. That's actually something I have. In fact, I have that on my ship, too. Different item, but, you know. Alright, we need to find an induction coil here. We need to raid the subspace inducer to the sensor arrays and pinpoint the Davadian incursion. Alright, let's go. Hi! You there, don't just stand there. Come over, give me a hand. People are dropping like flies and all I can do is keep up. I'm sorry, what's going on? Some kind of illness is affecting the people. Blue flashes, ghost stories. There has to be a reason for it. We need to stop it. People are dying. Sure thing, Doctor. What do you need me to do? As far as I can tell, all these people reported seeing strange blue flashes of light. Now they're all dying. And worse than dead, their brains are gone. Their brain. Where are you gonna find a brain in this wide, open galaxy? Whatever the disease is, it's suppressing brain activity at an alarming rate. It's almost as if the energy between the neurons is being removed somehow. No, Mr. Red. The blue flashes seem to be associated with a strange form of radiation, so we've set up a triage center here. That crazy engineer said the power distribution system station is heavily shielded. I'm sorry, what kind of radiation? How should I know? I'm a doctor, not an engineer. The blue flashes are still happening anyway. We need some way to replace that neural energy. Jumpstart their brain somehow. You mean like rebooting a computer? I suppose that's one way of looking at it, but the mind is a much more complex and delicate instrument. Maybe that's the key. The brain might be able to restart itself if stimulated correctly. Give it the energy it needs, and then stimulus to make it spread through the nervous system. I'll need to know how much neural energy the survivors have so we can figure out how much they've lost. It's no panacea, but it may save the lives of the crew. Saving these lives is important to making sure that everything turns out the way it should. Come on, grab a tricorder. Start checking out the neural activity on these survivors. Take note of your readings. We're going to have to calculate the difference from a healthy mind to determine the right frequency to stimulate the brain. A normal human neuron has a resting potential of negative 70 millivolts. Alright. Let's take some scans. Alright. So he's at negative 60. Yeah, that actually happened to me, Flygand. At least once. Scan. Negative 58. Okay. Okay. So, negative 12, negative 15. This one's negative 10. Someone write this down. Negative 12, negative 15. Then negative 10. And that's it. Okay. I've got your readings, Doctor. It's TOS error. Everything's happy, Trithon. Okay, fine, fine, fine. If you want doom and gloom for the thing, that's... Alright. So the voltage needs to be, we'll go with negative 58. And that plus 15. And I wasn't listening to this part. Yep, hang on. So... just keep using it on his brain until it works. God damn it. Alright, hang on. I'm just gonna look this up. I'm just gonna look this up. If you're paying attention, this is like the third of several puzzles. They really liked doing their puzzles. I already mentioned that. Hang on. Here we go. Blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of different solutions there. Okay, here we go. Okay. Negative 70, which makes no sense to me. Plus 30, which makes even less sense to me. And sodium double. There we go. What? That... Okay, no, I literally used the walkthrough. I used the walkthrough! Why didn't it work? Negative 70. Plus 30. Sodium... Oh, there we go. That one. God damn, this mission. Alright. It feels strange, but better. It worked! We need to get to this to the station commander. Come on, yes, I definitely need to go talk to the station commander. This might be a good chance for us to find that induction coil. See you around, McCoy. I saw some of those blue flashes, but there's no way that I'm going to tell the doctor that. Okay. Alright. What do you make of these readings? Imaging shows the station is becoming suffused with Trellic radiation. The radiation is coming from Driffin's comet. For that, the comet is emitting mass amounts of Trellic energy. The Davadians must have realized it's a natural source of the energy, and they're using it to make an easy way to shift into sync with us. It's like riding in the wake of the ship in the water. That's not all they're doing. They're harnessing the Trellic energy and fusing it with chronoton particles. With that, they could have enough energy to move the entire station out of phase. Maybe the whole sector. I can't do anything about the comet without a ship, and I don't think 23rd Century Vengeful is going to be able to do the job. Well, we have to destroy Driffin's comet. We can use one of the auxiliary reactors in sync with a subspace emitter that we've hooked up with the station to make a temporary portal to take us back to our time. I love how easy it is to time travel. It's just like, yep, no, let's go back into the future. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and make a time portal like you do. There we go. Make a sun portal like you do. So... that's a good question, Vergilian. Obviously you want to play Federation long-term. So, give me a sec. Let me say thank you first. Thank you very much for the sub. I will go ahead and jot that one down for Dealer's Choice. Give me just a moment here, please. So, my main is a Federation, just a straight-up Federation character, and it's probably the best overall choice if you're starting the game out fresh. The TOS character is good, but technically joins the story pretty far in during the temporal arc. The Discovery character is fine, but only joins during the Discovery arc, and the Jem'Hadar character only joins during the Jem'Hadar arc. The Romulan character joins during the Romulan arc. The only character that's actually really here in lore, in presentation, for the entirety of the story, is the Federation character. That being said, if you really want to see all the story, what I personally recommend is you make your main, which is your Fed, and then you go ahead and just do the other intros and see their story arcs. Because they are individual and unique to them. But that's my take on it. We have another problem. We've absorbed so much Trellic radiation at this point, we've traveled through a gate again, and it could cause radiation poisoning. Normally, we just use Hieronolin to flesh it out, but our medical supplies aren't protected against phase shifting. Our Hieronolin supply is probably already irradiated. This isn't the sort of problem that comes up frequently. We need large doses of Hieronolin to chelate out existing Trellic radiation and protect us for the transition back. Well, let's go see if we can find our good friend the Doctor. So, of the various weapons in this game that we probably shouldn't have, what's my favorite 3? Well, obviously I've got the Portal to the Sun. It's actually one of my least damaging abilities, but I keep it around because it's really, really cool. I mean, if you care about that extra 2%, that's your choice, and you can go for that. But if you start as a Romulan, you are still going to be missing out on several bits of story, and you're also going to be locked into the Singularity ships, which honestly kind of sucks. So, that's your call. So, McCoy. I have a friend who took a little bit too much trialic radiation who could use some Haranolin. A friend, huh? With all the radiation flares the station's experiencing, they're probably going to be a little short on our Haranolin ourselves. I could maybe spare a hypo, but if your friend is getting radiation, he or she's on the station already. Yeah, I'm going to need a double dose to chelate out a significant amount of radiation. You should never lie to your doctor or your bartender. That much radiation would mean you've experienced something close to the epicenter, like fooling around with trialic waves. You don't need green blood and pointy ears to know that's a bad idea. But when the people on the station really needed it, you came through. I appreciate that. I think I could spare a few doses. Just don't let the station's captain hear about it. Look, I'm not sure who you are or where you came from, but I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm just an old country doctor. But I know better than to ask too many questions about a little unexpected help. You probably shouldn't loiter around here too much longer, or people will start to ask questions. I'm going to put these cortical stimulators to good use. Thanks. You saved a lot of lives today. Yeah, I killed a bunch, too. That's the funny part. So if they got rid of that limitation, that's good, Chocolate Fireguard, because that limitation sucked.
So
Not that
Driffin's
much.
comet is the source of the trialic radiation. That explains a lot. However, we cannot simply destroy it in our time. The Davadians have the means to go back to the 23rd century and harness its energy there. However, that will be their only other chance. Before that, there's no Drozana station, so there's no place that will be close enough to the comet's trajectory to be of use to them. The only logical solution is to alter the past. Destroy the comet there, and save the Federation. As it happens, I have access to a way to transport your ship back to the 23rd century. It's risky, but I think the odds are in your favor. And if they aren't, there's always time for another try. I'll make the arrangements. Stay in touch. Drake out. Until next time.
So if they got rid of it, good, because that sucks. But, I mean, if you want to play a Romulan and have that be your main, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The Romulans don't have access to all the episodes, but they also have access to unique episodes, which is why we'll be playing a Romulan for a decent period of time later on. Probably flying around in a Jem'Hadar Dreadnought. I would probably say that the only two characters that I would consider making your main is a Romulan or a Federation. Which one you prefer is up to you. Shrug. And that's my answer on that one. I still recommend a Fed. A Fed just has access to everything, with very few exceptions. It's the main, right? Everything is designed around you being a Federation character. Even if you pick a Romulan, you will get a point at which you say, do you want to be, now that you've done being a Romulan, do you want to be a Federation or a Klingon character? So even a Romulan is actually still a Federation character. Just like a TOS character is, just like a Discovery character is. So we need to do Night of the Comet. So, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. Well, you see, Venters. Oh, wrong song, wrong song. Don't welcome me. Don't welcome me. No, no, no. My other two favorite Death Doom weapons on ground, specifically. And they're not really that fun, but I like the Davadian cane, which you get for doing the quest chain we're doing right now. Because that cane, it just allows you to, like, force choke someone effectively while ripping out their soul. So that's neat. The other thing I like is the assimilator button. So the assimilator, the soul rip, and the portal to the sun are probably my three favorites. Yeah, exactly, Space Cadet. If you try, you have the WoW problem. Actually, this is a good time to reset the game to get rid of the graphic glitches I'm having. So we're going to go ahead and restart the game to get rid of the graphic glitches I'm having. Yep, I've been getting the flickering consistently every time. So the flickering you're seeing always causes flickering on my end, 100% of the time. I've actually been living with it for the last 2 missions. I've just, you know, figured it would start up again if I didn't, if I tried to fix it now. So hopefully we're at the point where we won't see any more flickering on your end, so I won't see any more flickering on my end. Hold missions. I actually do not, Mike Romano. But it is irritating, and personally, I don't particularly enjoy being irritated. I know that's shocking, strange, weird, horrifying, and awful, but it is still nevertheless true. Good morning, Evo. So now we'll go back to our regular in-game music. Well, sort of in-game music. Yeah, this game is extremely badly programmed. What the game really needs is for someone to actually just make a new game and, you know, like port over assets, like art assets, textures, models, bleh, meshes, voice files, sound files, but otherwise make a new game, right? Like truly remake the game. Problem is that will quite literally never happen. Not unless I take over the world, obviously. Don't put it on the view screen just yet. Let's get some music going first. Since we're in a mission now. You should feel privileged. Very few people ever get to see this system. My organization has got a lot of trouble to keep it off the navigational charts. This star is ideal for what starship pilots call a slingshot. Section 31 uses it from time to time to deal with problems that take more creative approaches to solve. Your best chance of getting back to the point in time where you need to be is to use the star's gravity to accelerate your ship at such a high speed that you're able to access the time continuum. This is so stupid on so many levels, but whatever. One more thing, I added a holo emitter to your vessel. It'll appear to be a Klingon D7 with appropriate access codes, but still have access to all your modern stuff. Don't alter the timeline more than you have to. I'd wish you luck, but I have a feeling you'd think I wasn't being sincere. How many of you have screwed this up? Hey, check it out. I should raise my hand on that one. I just wish my ship could go this fast all the time. It's the only MMO, Evo. There might be another online game I don't know about. Like I said, if we stretch the definition of online, we could probably get a few games in there. But this is the only MMO. I know, right, Warp Core? Of course, this is way back, so... That mobile one can go burn in freaking hell. Alright, we're here. Incoming hail from a Constitution-class starship identifying itself as the USS Reuben James.
Attention, unidentified ship. I am Commodore Jacob Ross, in command of the USS Reuben James. We have been searching for a Klingon vessel reported to have attacked a colony in the Gliese system. You fit the description of the ship we are looking for. Unless you can prove you are not, we will take immediate action.
They are not, okay. Sure. Fire to disable. As they watch this D7 cruiser fly literal circles around them and obliterate them in 2 volleys. No hesitation. No alteration of the timeline. We're fine. Everything's fine here.
In range, please. We need help. I don't know what these things are, but they're all over the station. They're killing people. Please, you have to help us.
Real quick. Thank you, Ross. No, we didn't kill anybody. We just attacked them with ridiculously advanced weapons and firepower that would crush them like a bug. Anyways. Comet is approaching the station. People on that station don't have any way to fight them. We have to help them or they'll die. Okay, let's beam over. Man, I could use a nerve tonic right about now. I don't know about you. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, the consoles exploding and the rocks falling out of the ceiling are right up there with the ship shaking every time it takes hit. None of that makes any sense on any level. The reason it's there is so that you, the viewer, can appreciate that a battle is going on while the camera is inside the ship instead of outside. Alright, let's deal with some Davadians, shall we? Where are they? Hello? Ah, there you are. Hey, what's up? It's an interesting creative exercise, though. Let's assume for a moment that you're in charge of making a television show. This television show does not have a huge amount of budget, so the majority of space battle is going to be shown from inside the ship, watching the crew react to the space battle. How do you demonstrate that space battle without doing exploding consoles, rocks falling from the sky, or the Shuka? Let's ignore the sound thing. We can all ignore the sound thing, I think. Let me set my portal to the sun to stun. Ask for more budget. You're fired immediately, Mike Kamano. The shaking makes some sense in reality sense, but makes no sense in universe, which is part of the problem there. Yeah, you remember the part. Anybody who's done this game before knows what part I'm about to do. I might just straight up look this one up, too. This is at minimum volume. Literally, the only volume above this is, or below this is 0. I absolutely do not, Mike Mono, no. The only way it would make this ship shake is if you turned off the inertial dampeners. And I remind you, those inertial dampeners aren't just for warp drive, they are also there so that when the ship is accelerating around at several tens or hundreds of thousands of kilometers per second, in its normal maneuvering, that it's able to do so without the crew turning into putty. I mean, really think about how fast that ship's moving for a second. When it's going... and, you know, fighting. Those inertial dampers have to be on. Which makes me wonder how exactly they're not taking up the shakes. Which, of course, we know the answer. It's an out-of-universe answer. I just said that. I mean, as of now, I suppose, Mr. Red? Like, we're in ARR right now. So, yeah, now. The casualty list and the medbay both aren't answers that'll really work here. That's exactly Eva. That's the creative challenge. That's the puzzle. You know me, I look at writing like a puzzle. Like the FTL system that I designed. I had like 6 objectives with FTL, and I had to satisfy all of them, and I had to think very, very careful about that. Power fluctuations? Okay, I can see the power fluctuations. That's one thing. The acting... See, the acting is the only answer I have to that. And what I mean by that is... Let me try to do a very, very crap version of what I'm talking about. Sir, the enemy ship is locking on phasers. And they're talking to us.
We must flee. Leave immediately, or I will amplify the time distortion and destroy this station. You will not survive.
Hey, those things are holed up in the lounge, and they've got some of my customers in there with them. The door is barricaded, but a few hits with a phaser should take care of that. Get my people out of there!
So, you know. Captain, the enemy is attacking us with some shots. Looks like we just took 3 phaser hits. Make that 4. Your order, sir? Now, compare and contrast. Sir, the enemy is firing. We've taken 3 phaser hits. 4. What are your orders, sir? I'm just trying to show based on the tone. Even in the exact same scenario, trying to get across the severity of the enemy they're fighting, just with the actors and how they react to it. Another option, this also kind of leans on... Yeah, exactly, Space Cadet. This also kind of leans on the acting, is you can do occasional cutaways. So, something Star Trek actually usually does pretty well, and Babylon 5 does very well as well, is having regular actors who fill in for the so-called NPCs, the secondary characters. Have several of those secondary characters actually running around, literally affecting repairs in the middle of a battle, right? Cut to someone, you know, cut to Bob down in engineering, who's just, I gotta deal with this, and I gotta deal with this. In fact, actually, TNG did this exact thing several times quite well with Geordi. Several times it would cut to Geordi down in engineering, and LeVar Burton would do a good job of sounding like someone who's in the middle of a crisis, right? Who's trying to deal with all this nonsense. It's like, all right, I got this, and I got this, and the engine cores are going this, and I'm going to need those I need those repaired right now. Ensign, get on this, and get this, and, you know, just have that kind of energy in the actor to try and demonstrate what's going on in the fight. We don't need to stay on the bridge, after all.
Thanks for the help, friend.
Hi, Scotty.
What were those things? Damn spirits snuck up on me. I noticed a spike in triadic energy, and I was working to adjust the station's shields to compensate. I went to fetch a hyperspanner, and I was attacked. If you help me, I can finish my repairs before the triadic energy reaches lethal levels.
So hold up, I'm going to jump in here really quick, because you probably forgot or you weren't there for it. Now, I kind of did this out of order, that's on me, but if you remember, during the TOS intro, we talked to Scotty as part of a temporal incursion along with Chekhov from the future. The reason I bring all that... The point of all of that is while we were talking to Scotty, he flat out mentions that he remembered us from K7, aka the station that we're on, or Drozana, excuse me, not K7, aka the station that we're on right now. God, that flickering is getting really bad, isn't it? Is that on screen too? Yep, nope, that's on screen too. Jesus, these frickin' old missions. So, this is the incident he's mentioning. What's supposed to happen here is we go back in time, help Scotty on Drozana, and let me talk this out. So, if you start a TOS character, you meet Scotty. Scotty says, "I remember you from Drozana," and that's because you then go to the future, do a few quests, start this quest chain, go back before you met Scotty, go do the Drozana quest, meet him here, and then come back to the present, aka your future. And it's a nice little way they do it. It all makes perfect sense. It all lines up neatly. It's just funny.
By the way, you can call me Scotty.
Hi, Scotty. So from his perspective, this is the first time he meets us. It is not the last time we meet him, on any perspective. And on a battle. Hey, look, my Kamado. Look at the loot! Yeah, he's even in a TFO, which we will be doing, of course. Isn't he in 2? No, he's just in the 1. My bad. He's in a mission which happens to be a TFO as well, but then he's also in a TFO, regardless of anything.
Just as I suspected, the trialic energy is increasing. We'll be cooked like a haggis if we don't do something about it. There is a wee store on this station. The lass who runs it, Cassidy, said they might be getting a supply of the new quantum flux regulators. The Mark II versions. If we had one of those regulators, I could modify the flux coordinating sensors and use them to modulate the shields protecting the station. That would buy us some time. Go find Cassidy. She'll know where they are.
Sure. I mean, I'm not sure... Yeah, Cassidy. I'm not sure if the Davadians should be a whole full tilt arc. They're the Star Trek equivalent of bandits. Threatening, sure, but locally threatening, you know what I mean?
Oh, what were those things? They were floating, and one looked at me, and I felt so weak. And then it lifted me up, and... Oh, it was horrible. Oh, are you looking for something from the store? A quantum what? I'm sorry. I'm just too scared right now to think about selling anything. I'm closing down until I get me wits about me. Maybe it would be best if I packed up and went back to Sherman's planet. I don't know.
Hold up.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a nerve tonic would soothe me. A nice stiff one, you know. Can you get one for me?
Sure, I'll get you a nerve tonic. Excuse me. I need a nerve tonic.
What can I get you? A nerve tonic? Almost every culture in the galaxy has nerve tonics. Most worlds have multiple variations, and everyone thinks that the one their grandmother made is better than all the rest. Look, I tend bar at a commerce station in the middle of one of this quadrant's busiest trade routes. It's my job to be able to make anything you want, but you gotta be specific. I could make you 14,647 different nerve tonics, 18,397 if you're Boolean. So, what kind do you want?
Can I get, like, just a nerve tonic?
Tell you what, one of the waitresses should be able to help you narrow down what kind of nerve tonic would be best. Talk to one of them, and then come back. I'm sure we can make exactly what you need.
Okay. Excuse me, ma'am.
Who do you think you are? First the lights go all strange, then these weird creatures show up, and worst of all, you're here picking fights with my best customers. Look at dear, brave, handsome Captain McQueen here.
Oh, is that who I'm standing on?
Been killed. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Right. Listen, I just saved you all from a bunch of Davadians. Can I get some help with some frickin' nerve tonic?
Nerve tonics. How can I think about nerve tonics when my sweet Captain McQueen is injured? Oh, if you want to know about any sort of exotic beverage, go ask that drunken Scotsman. Lieutenant Commander Scott. He knows more about alcohol than anyone I've ever met. While you do that, I'm going to make my sweet prince all better.
You... Let me just jump on him a few times. There we go. Okay. Where's Scotty? I just... What is my life? Okay, hang on. She is, in fact, an Orion. Scotty, I need to make a nerve tonic.
Did you get the quantum flux regulator?
No, I need a nerve tonic.
Nerve tonics? Ugh! You don't look like you need one of those.
I don't.
These wee beasties are troublesome, but they're not as bad as a ship full of angry Romulans. Now, I've been known to enjoy an occasional nip of Scotch whiskey. That's the only nerve tonic you'll ever need. Why do you need to know about them?
It's not for me, it's for Cassidy.
Oh, for Cassidy. Now that makes sense. She's a bonny lass, that Cassidy, and more than willing to spend a little time with a right Starfleet officer, if you know what I mean. But she hasn't got the stomach for fighting. Is she alright? I hate for anything to happen to her.
She's fine. She just wants booze.
Glad to hear it. Sounds like she needs something to take a wee bit of the edge off. And that happens to be one of my specialties, along with transwarp transporter technology and warp field mechanics. Cassidy's been meeting me every evening in the bar for a spot of cheer, but I've never seen her order a nerve tonic. Perhaps if I told you what she likes, you'll be able to figure out the right mix. The bartender will help you.
Okay, what does she like to drink?
I've seen Cassidy order these drinks.
Oh my God.
Cassidy didn't like the salty taste of the Albion brandy, but she really enjoyed the fact that it was garnished with a drop of honey that floated on the top of the drink. Bah, garnish is getting in the way of a fine beverage, if you ask me. Can you imagine putting a wee piece of pineapple in a glass of 20-year-old single malt? It's preposterous.
Okay.
I've seen Cassidy order. The only time I saw Cassidy ordering blood wine was when she was feeling under the weather. Poor lass. She liked that it was served warm, but she hated those blasted heavy metal mugs the Klingons use, and the potency of it was a bit much for her to handle. A girl like Cassidy needs something with a little less kick. I've seen Cassidy order. Zele brought Cassidy a Denevian mead a few nights ago. Ugh, terribly sweet stuff, like drinking syrup. Cassidy didn't like the cloying sweetness, and the wee bird broke out into highs because she was allergic to the fruit garnish. I'm not ordering any of that stuff again.
Hey.
I've seen Cassidy. Cassie and I got into a drinking contest with a Klingon one night, and we ended up drinking fire wine. It's not as good as Scotch, mind you, but it's better than drinking warp core coolant. The next morning, after she picked herself up off the floor, Cassidy told me that the fire wine was so spicy that she was afraid that it eaten a hole through her stomach. I had to send her to see Bones for a checkup. Also, she said that drinking from those shallow bowls made her feel like someone's pet targ. I've seen Cassidy order these. Martinis aren't my cup of tea, as it were, but Cassidy seems to like them. She appreciates that a martini should be served as cold as possible, but since she nurses her drinks, the cold tends to dissipate, and she doesn't get the full effect. She's quite fond of those fancy stem glasses, though.
Okay. Warm, honey, fancy stemmed glass.
I've seen Cassidy order these drinks. Cassidy really likes her Sumerian sunsets, mostly because of the sour taste. She hates that the drink is so weak, and has been trying to convince the bartender to add garnish to it to make the happy feeling last longer. But he won't, because then it wouldn't be a Sumerian sunset. Me, I say a drink is a drink. If the lady wants a garnish, give her one.
Seriously, what kind of ass? Okay.
I've seen Cassidy order these drinks. Cassidy really likes a little pick-me-up of a drop of Skagarian whiskey. But she doesn't like the wee shot glasses or the silly paper umbrellas. Who ever heard of putting a wee paper umbrella in a glass of whiskey? It's sacrilege. If I ever go to Skagara, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind.
Say sacrilege again really quick there, Scotty.
I've seen Cassidy order these drinks.
Okay, so let's go look at our options for this puzzle. You know, hang on. I just realized there's a perfect song I should be playing for this. I apologize. See if I can find it really quick. Nope. Okay, whatever. We'll go with the other song then. But there is another song, and I actually keep this in a special place so I could find it quickly. Which is why it's weird that it's not right there. There we go. Actually, I put it towards Voyager, Ross.
What can I get you? I'll need some more details before I can make a drink for you. If you need help figuring out what combination of ingredients you want, you should talk to one of the waitresses. That's what they're here for, after all. So, do you want it to be hot or cold?
Hot.
What kind of flavor profile are you looking for?
Sour.
How strong do you want this drink to be?
I don't remember, but we'll go with a little pick-me-up.
How would you like this drink to be served?
Stemmed glass.
And last but certainly not least, what kind of garnish would you like?
Drop of honey.
This should be all the info I need. I'll put the drink on the bar when I'm done. I'll put the bill on your tab.
Thanks. I'm never paying that tab. Just so you know. Also, I'm going to come back here and murder your children.
Do you have a drink for me? Oh, I love warm drinks. They're so relaxing.
Okay.
Oh, there's a lovely sour note to this drink. I feel so refreshed.
Okay.
Oh, there's just enough oomph to this drink to make it really stick with ya. I like that.
Oh my god.
Oh, I love the style of this glass. It accentuates the flavor of the ingredients.
I have a weapon that can literally cut a hole through neutronium. If you don't shut up!
Honey! No, not you. The drink. Oh, that little bit of sweetness is just perfect. It adds the most delightful note to each sip.
Hang on, here's what's going through my head right now. Musically speaking. Hang on. Of course There it is. I'm going to destroy you, Cassidy. I'm going to destroy you in the past, so that you were never born!
It is marvelous. Much better now, thank you. Alrighty. What tool was it you needed? Oh, a quantum flux regulator Mark II. I have one of those right here. Please, take it as a thank you.
You're
Cheers.
welcome. Oh my god. Okay, so here's the problem. Hang on, let's actually discuss this and not just meme on how crappy this quest is. I will destroy your mother. Zwoom. Not the rest of her, because she's innocent, but you know. Ugh, okay. The problem with this is it's boring, it's padding. It takes forever for Scotty to say his side of the puzzle. It takes forever to select it, and it takes forever to turn it in. Also, the turn-ins, the maker is there. Scotty's over here, she's over here. The basics of this puzzle aren't actually all that bad if you really rip out the execution and just look at the framework of the puzzle itself. I need this exact combination. I talk to this and get the details in a vague sense. He doesn't tell us outright. He just tells us things that she likes, so we can kind of pull those out. I didn't look that up, by the way. I was actually paying attention to what Scotty was saying, so I could pull out the things that she likes. So we pay attention to the things, we make the thing, and as we're giving the thing, it gives us feedback on each specific step to tell us whether or not we have it correctly. So there's nothing wrong with the core puzzle. There's everything wrong with everything else with it. So I do think this actually deserves its own negative, especially since this is arguably another form of backtracking. Don't worry, I swear they get better about puzzles later. Keep in mind, we're also on a timer in lore. And I don't know about you, but when I have to do a big sloggy thing while in story I'm in a hurry, it just makes the whole thing worse, right? Like, imagine I'm like, oh my god, Flygand is about to fall off the cliff! And then I go and I have to run back and forth and hit this button and then go hit this button and then do this for like 7 minutes. Which doesn't sound like a long time, but it's this huge period of time. And then it's like, all right, and now I will go and save Flygand. Yeah, exactly. It deflates the entire scene. It removes tension, and it turns something that should be a good thing into a bad thing. It should be, oh my god, I need to hurry to save Flygand. And instead it turns into, I wonder how long he's gonna stand there dangling over the edge. You okay down there, Flygand? Yeah, he's cool. We're cool. So, yeah. WTF. Moving on. Hey, Scotty. I got your damn thing. You notice I stopped the urgent music during this crisis situation. What the hell was that? Oh, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Hey, Scotty.
The right tool for the right job. I'll start making the adjustments, but I don't know if I've got enough time. You can't change the laws of physics. Let's keep rising and center show the blasted comet is to blame. Modulating the shields is not going to be enough. Something needs to be done about that comet if we're going to live to see the morning.
Well, that's my job. Let's go kill us a comet. Yeah, we have no time because someone needed a tonic. I wish I did Warp Core, but no, that was coincidental. So speaking of things that suck, doing this in, I believe at this point you're in, whatever the ship is above a Miranda. I actually forget what it's called, or what it is, more accurately. I forget if it's the Constellation or the Constitution. But either way, whatever ship you're supposed to have at this point in time doing this mission, sucks for this particular mission. We, of course, will not have that problem.
Ah, a ship from the House of Duras! I am Captain Bavat, son of Warot,
yes,
and leader of my house. My brother died due to Duras' treachery. I will avenge his death with the destruction of 100 Duras ships. Prepare to die!
So, yeah, that's Bavat. And we know Bavat survives, so we can't go murder him. Pity. So let's get some battle music going on here. And absolutely Shrek him. Any questions? Cool. Now let's go kill this stupid comet. Now, of course a D7, don't worry about it. Don't worry about its act. It's fine. It's fine. The temporal prime directive is secure forever and ever and ever. Ignore the multiple ships. Yeah, you see all the ships you have to deal with? Like I said, your goal is to take out these comet shards, but these ships suck. Yeah, well, I'm taking damage and I'm in a death doom. I believe I'm using Polaron on this ship. Hang on, I'll tell you for sure in a second. Yep, those are Polaron. Funny thing, the only reason I'm using Polaron is because I think they look cool. They are objectively one of the worst weapon types in the game. Although the difference is minuscule, but it's still true. Phaser damage or bust. Used to be anti-proton damage, and Phaser overtook it. That's regular Polaron, that's regular Polaron, that's Vaudwar Polaron. And in the back I've got regular Polaron. Of course, Eva. And in fact, if you don't, then the consequences will be very dire. I will force you to do even more horrific things, like draw other races that are even less humanoid. Although, actually, I'm not sure I have one, other than the Azimdi, of course. We done here? Oh my god. The remaining cosmic debris is too small to be a threat. We're detecting a temporal anomaly inside the Atma.
If you are receiving this message, then you and your crew have completed your mission. Driffin's comet is destroyed, and the Davadians are no longer a threat to the Federation. You've done well. And, to prove that I'm not the immoral monster that some make me out to be, I'm going to help you. When you last docked at Deep Space K7, I had some modifications made to your vessel. One of those is the addition of a Borg temporal node salvaged from a cube in the Batron cluster. It's set to return you to our time. Congratulations on a job well done. Drake out.
Well, that's convenient. No, Transfigurations is it, Mr. Red.
Excellent work. I knew I could count on you. The disappearance of Driffin's comet in the 23rd century will be a scientific curiosity. I have taken steps to suppress information that might reveal our involvement, and I trust that you and your crew will refrain from telling stories about what happened here. After all, we're getting along so well. One thing I hope you'll take away from all this is that any opinion you may have of the immorality of so-called rogue elements like Section 31 is a bit naive. Contrary to popular opinion among some Starfleet officers, we do not spend our days plotting evil and committing random acts of villainy like characters in a bad holo novel. We protect the Federation from threats. Thanks to you, the Davadians are no longer on that list. If you think about it, everything we do is to preserve the freedoms you so enjoy. You should be grateful. Drake out.
The bonding isn't great. Deja Q isn't good. And Captain's Holiday sucks. But none of those hold a candle to Transfigurations.
Until next time.
I do, in fact, have dragons. In fact, I actually plan to ask you to draw a dragon, although I'm going to do it under very specific circumstances. So forgive me for not going into details right now. Indeed, Evo. I probably shouldn't tell y'all that I'm secretly running Section 31 from the past, which is the best place to hide if you think about it. So, don't worry about it, though. Don't worry about it. I'm one of the good guys. Trust me. So that was the Spectres arc. Woo. Now, let me look at my notes just to verify, but I'm pretty sure the next thing we're doing is the Cardassian stuff. Which is why I hit the wrong button. Very important part of the process. Very important. Thankfully, the Cardassian stuff is over here.
The True Way has stolen an orb the Obsidian Order failed to return after the war. Although we don't know for certain where they have taken it, we have been getting dozens of reports of raiders hitting civilian ships near the Badlands. Starfleet intelligence believes the raids are related to True Way activity in that region. We know that area is a haven for smugglers and criminals of all types. It stands to reason that the True Way are using it to avoid capture as well. They may even be using some of the Maquis bases that were abandoned before the Cardassian War. We believe that the Badlands are therefore the most likely place for the True Way to be hiding the stolen orb. I know the Badlands are dangerous, But I have complete confidence in the ship and her crew.
That's funny, because that's not true for me, Chocolate Firecard. I've met plenty of people who aren't like that. But anyways. So we did not do the Romulan mystery, nor will we be doing it today. The odds of us getting much further is pretty low. I'm hopeful to finish the Cardassian arc. It'd be really nice. God damn it, game. If we manage to get even further than the Cardassian arc. Really? Okay, you know what? You know what? Fine. No, we are not talking to Garrick. Nobody from Deep Space Nine is in the arc we're about to do, ironically. Today is a half day, yeah. We'll see how this works out. Especially since I keep having to exit the game because of glitch issues. In fact, I'm going to take a quick AFK while I wait for that to de-glitch. So here, have some exploration music. Oh yeah, there's that key sale. Hopefully we're done with flickering for the time being. No promises, we probably won't be done with flickering at least until we get to the Romulan stuff. Which we will absolutely not get to today. So, the true way was mentioned, I believe, a grand total of 3 times across all of Deep Space Nine. They never were actually on camera. They never had any relevance or any significance. They were the true way of Cardassia, aka a bunch of religious zealots. Or maybe religious is the wrong word, but a bunch of zealots. They are the bad guy Cardassians. You'll notice a lot of these factions have a bad guy faction within them, such as the Tal Shiar, or the Duras forces over in the Klingons, and stuff like that, right? So the true way are the bad guys here. The thing is, this story arc we're about to do is not about the true way. At least not anymore. Now, there's actually a specific character and quest that I'm not sure if it's still in the game. We'll see as we go. Welcome to the Badlands. So let's see here. We're getting a distress call.
To any ships in the vicinity, I am under attack by a group of Cardassian ships identifying themselves as the True Way. Please, render assistance immediately.
Okay. I can do that. Okay, they're dead. What else you need? Yeah, the Badlands got an overhaul with the Terran stuff, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Thanks for the assistance. I knew I never should have cut through the Badlands, but it takes weeks off my journey.
Jesus. What happened?
Well, I was just hauling my cargo through the Badlands, and I passed some strange anomaly. I took a scan of it on my way by, and then a bunch of Cardassian ships appeared out of nowhere. They ordered me to surrender in the name of Gul Kardec and the True Way.
What'd you do?
My freighter is obviously no match for them. I tried to get away, but they disabled my engines. They were just about to board me, I believe, when you arrived. If you're looking for the True Way, I would head for that anomaly.
Thank you. I'd recommend repairing your ship and getting out of here. I'm not going to help you do that, of course, because I'm Starfleet and the Prime Directive. Wow, that was a really quick repair. Never mind. Jesus, that dude. So let's see what this sucker is, shall we?
You have fallen into our trap, and now you will never locate our base.
God dang it, it's so hard not to overshoot these stupid ships that are so short. Or so slow, excuse me. Go faster. Yes, tell me all about your... Oh, you're disintegrated. Damn. Whatever, keep scanning the anomaly. It's a tear in the fabric of space-time continuum. It appears dormant, but it could be widened to become a portal. We're detecting orb energy.
Sarish here.
We've located the trail of orb energy. We're about to follow it. We could use some backup.
Acknowledged. I will be along in the Defiant shortly.
Thank you, Commander. Well, let's scan for orb energy. Stupid True Way. Well, you see, Micromano, that guy is not us, and therefore the Prime Directive says we can't know the consequences of interfering in someone else's life. Therefore, we should make every effort to not do so. I know what it feels like to be on a Galor cruiser and get punked by a Burrell. Actually, what's funny is obviously I am being facetious, Mike Kamado, but what's really funny is it actually does apply in situations that do not involve pre-warp societies, including any kind of internal affairs of other powers, which is just one of the dumbest ways to define that. We're having a plague! Well, that's an internal affair, so we're gonna let y'all die. Well, let's go check out the True Way. The greatest threats the Alpha Quadrant have ever known. Who have stolen one of the orbs of the prophets, which, I mean, isn't the dumbest idea I've ever heard of.
Hostile parties have entered the base. All
but, you know,
forces move to high alert.
Where's my, there they are. My exocom's out here. Oh no, the Beta Quadrant's fine. Nobody cares about the Alpha Quadrant, really. I was once told my opinion is not worth listening to on anything whatsoever because of the fact that I insist on using the actual official star charts, which this very game is based on, which place the majority of our base species and, you know, shows within the Beta Quadrant. and not the Alpha Quadrant. And I find something really amusing about that. Of all the things you could decide that I'm not worth listening to over, that's what you decide to put your flag on?
You will never have it.
By the way, we've seen 3 loot boxes drop just in this one room. Jesus Christ, people. I mean, I suppose that's true. It's entirely possible that that's just an excuse. They just wanted to be like, "Nyeh." Lord knows I still get the "this isn't the episode" comments. As recently as yesterday was the most recent one, so that's always great. Okay. Gul Kardec has sealed himself in his office, but we can do some technobabble to get in there. Okay, so I don't mean to sound violent and evil, but, like, can I just, like, say that we don't always have to have a tech solution to these things? He sealed himself inside his office. Okay. We need to get in there and rescue that orb. Maybe we should use our phasers that we have to get into that office. Just thinking outside the box here, you know? Literally, I suppose.
Greetings. I am Gul Kardec.
Hi, I am set to stun.
This orb is the property of the Cardassian government.
No, it isn't.
The true Cardassian government.
No, you aren't.
The true way.
You're dumb.
And you can't have it. Guards!
Okay.
Fools, you will never defeat me.
Oh my god, a drill? Now this is the future. We don't have all this, that fanciful-taken lost tech, okay? What the heck is a drill? Okay, I'm gonna open a subspace rift inside of you. It might hurt a little bit. I'm also gonna inject you with some nanoprobes, if that's cool. Oh, you beamed away. You still have nanoprobes? Alright, whatever. A mining drill? Ah, you're right. That would never work. It's just too large. You gotta think of these things, Alok. I will never let that go, Space Cadet. The fact that there's a medic who doesn't know what a splint is asinine on every level. Like, that's the kind of thing I would expect either in a dystopian story or a comedy. And not, you know, that. But, whatever.
Dear Kardec, you can imagine my surprise to receive a message from you. I must commend you on the clever way you opened a pathway to our universe. We shall make good use of it, and you have our gratitude. If we can ever return the favor, let me know. Regarding that other matter you speak of, while we certainly share your detest for the Federation and are willing to assist you in opposing them in theory, there are certain territorial issues we will have to iron out before we feel comfortable committing military forces. Perhaps we can arrange a meeting in the usual place?
I mean, Chase Masterson is all I'm going to say about that, Space Cadet. So this is Lita. I'm not going to blame you if you don't remember who Lita is. She was Rom's girlfriend / wife in Deep Space Nine. And she was played by Chase Masterson, who's actually pretty cool, by all accounts. I actually talked about this earlier, but Chase Masterson was one of the relatively small number of actors and actresses who kind of jumped onto Star Trek Online when they were getting going. So, as a consequence, those original actors and actresses tend to have the biggest roles because they were the ones they had access to. So they kind of wrote the story around them, right? So if you ever wonder why Sela and Lita and there's a couple others, I'm not going to go through the whole list, tend to have large roles, that's why. So we're going to be seeing a lot of Mir Lita. No, not like that. Oh, and in case you're wondering, yes, we will also see Lita.
We are approaching the Badlands. What is your status?
We have secured the orb. Gul Kardec has escaped, but he's infested with nanoprobes.
I will be along in the Defiant momentarily. And may the prophets smile upon you.
I sure hope they do, because I flip them off every day.
Looks like I arrived just in time.
To what? There's nothing going on here. Oh, there's the enemy. I was going to say, for what exactly? There's the battle music. There we go. I was too far away for that. Damn it, I was too far away. I was moving so fast, I got out of range to assimilate them. We are currently in the Badlands, yes. Sir, I'm detecting a way to follow the person that we're following. Make it so. Let's just bathe in some radiation here. Oh god. Okay, I'm going to be a little more careful about this fight. They can wreck my shields pretty badly, as they are currently doing. In another minute, I could try to assimilate someone again. No, Chocolate Fireguard. Actually, I might be. I'll check later, but I don't think I am. Oh no, he escaped. As they always do. Hakeev taught lessons. Scans indicate the anomaly is open into the Mir Universe. Dun dun dun. It's the Mir Universe. I hope you enjoy them, because we're going to be seeing a lot of them. And with that, we have effectively finished the True Way story arc. I hope you liked it. As you can see, they have about as much relevance in this game as they did in the show. That is to say, effectively none. I'm running out of buttons here. Did I get the one? Hey, I successfully assimilated a ship. Check it out. Resistance was futile. Yeah, the True Way used to have a whole story arc, and this is kind of it now. Like, we really have already transitioned from this story. You notice we haven't even finished this one episode yet. We're still in the same episode, and it's already stopped being about the True Way and shifted, yeah, over to the Terrans. I like that idea, Zalok. That sounds similar to the bounce the camera around idea, which I am in favor of. Intensely getting back to the battle. Ignoring the loot.
Congratulations on retrieving the orb. You must return it to the temple on Bejor. I will notify the Vedics that you are on your way.
Acknowledged. Tell the Vedics that I'm going to tell them how stupid their prophets are to their stupid faces. God, I hate the prophets so much. I just want to... But it's okay.
Congratulations on your recovery of the orb from Gul Kardec. We request that you return the orb to the temple in Hathon on Bejor. I'm afraid that we have not seen the last of Gul Kardec. But for now, the people of Bejor will be elated at the return of an orb we thought lost forever. Good work.
Thanks. Anything I don't hate? Oh, you'll see, Ross. I'm not even going to answer that. The jellyfish? Well, I don't actually have it yet, Chocolate Firecard, so I don't know. So I have no opinion on it yet, because I don't have it. Jabberwocky.
You have recovered the Orb of Possibilities from Gul Kardec. No doubt, you are being pursued by True Way forces. You must return the orb to the temple in Hathon. I have notified Vedic Kryn. She is waiting for you in the temple.
To Bejor. Credit where credit is due, Bejor is pretty idyllic looking. As it probably should be. Oh my god, it's the true way!
Of the Kriegar.
Kind of.
Adjutant General to Gul Kardec. You are carrying stolen property belonging to the True Way. Lower your shields and prepare to be boarded.
Are you insane? We're in orbit of Bejor. He cut off communication.
Sarish here.
Commander, we've been ambushed by a bunch of morons.
In the orbit of Bejor? But how could they? Nerve of the... Sorry, I'm okay. I will borrow the Defiant and be there momentarily.
Thanks. We'll beat the crap out of them in the interim. No, I think I just hate everything, Michelano. Sorry. Especially Star Trek.
Good. You're still in one piece. Let's teach these Cardis a lesson.
I appreciate your zeal, but let's not get carried away. Is the actual dialogue there, in case you're wondering. Come on, where are my enemies at? Oh, here's some. A Keldon. That would be a nice pick. Oh, wow. I actually wasn't expecting that. I don't know, I don't think I'd get along very well with the Bajorans, but if they left me alone, I'd be fine with them. That's actually irritating. Of course, now it ran off. Ah, whatever. Die. I was gonna assimilate you, but I'm afraid you're gonna have to live with being killed instead. Jackasses. Well, we might not be done with the flickering. We still have a few older missions to get through. I was honestly worried some of these missions would have flickering. Remember, we had issues with flickering in the Klingon arc, and that's part of the main story quest, so...
That's the last of them for now. I will remain in orbit while you return the orb, just in case.
Thank you, Commander. Let's go see beautiful Bejor. So, welcome to Bejor. Credit where credit is due. This is a nice little area. I know it's the, you know, the attitude here by many players, including me, was basically, this is it? But over the years, I've come to understand and appreciate this place. They've put some effort into it. It's just... its layout isn't good from a gameplay perspective. And, well, it's relatively small. In fact, it's pretty small, all things considered. Riots going on because they're Bajorans. I'm pretty sure if you walked up to a Bajoran and said, "Hey, I bought you this amazing cake," they'd be like, "Oh, I hate you. We believe in the prophets, not the Federation. This is Cardassian occupation all over again, and we have to take back our city. Get off our planet." Hyperbole. This mission can also bug, so we'll see what happens. Excuse me, Vedic Creed?
How may I help you?
I'm here to return an orb.
Wonderful. The prophets have smiled upon us this day. What was lost has been returned to us. You have done a great service for the Bajoran people today, and we are most grateful.
It was an honor and a privilege to carry this burden. Also, your hat looks stupid.
Please, place the orb upon the altar.
With pleasure, Vedic. I love how this is exploration music in this game. It's whatever. Alright, there's the orb of possibility. Oh, for God's sakes.
Service rendered is not the service desired. What does not belong cannot be returned.
What? Speak English.
What has been returned does not belong.
I don't even know who you are canonically yet.
Must travel backward.
When we gaze in the mirror, we see our faces as others do, but reversed.
Your task abides. You have recovered an orb. Now you must return it.
But I...
As you must return.
You... Could you not... Okay. Hey, Vedic Kryn, we got a problem here.
I would be honored to know what the prophets shared with you, if you are willing.
A headache.
Sometimes their visions can be very confusing, and I have some experience interpreting them.
Well, they said this is their orb, and it must be returned elsewhere.
Elsewhere? But it is an orb of the prophets. Where else could it belong? Unless... Are you familiar with the so-called mirror universe?
No.
I know very little about it myself, but there is a book on that table over there by a Vedic Eth describing his experiences. Perhaps it can guide you.
Thank you, Vedic Kryn. Ross, I'm gonna stop answering any question you ask about STO until we get there, okay? I'm just... cut off. We're done. I have been fascinated by the existence of the so-called mirror universe ever since our recent contact with it. I have interviewed the emissary, Colonel Kira. Sorry, let me say that more correctly. I have interviewed the emissary, Colonel Kira, and others about their experiences with the mirror universe. Many questions remain. It seems the mirror universe has prophets, but are they the same prophets? There's no mention of a celestial temple, and certainly Mir Benjamin was no emissary. I shall petition the Vedic Assembly for permission to enter the mirror universe. The Vedic Assembly has denied my request. Besides the debates about doctrine and theology, the deciding factor was political. The Federation has quarantined any access to the mirror universe, and Bajor is seeking membership. I have continued my research in interviews, but my questions remain unanswered. I fear I have no choice but to renounce my seat in the Assembly and pursue entrance into the Mirror Universe on my own. I don't have the technological prowess to create one of those multi-dimensional devices myself, but I have an engineer friend who owes me a favor. I am lucky to be alive. I crossed over to the Mirror Universe, but Terrak Nor, as they call Deep Space Nine, has been taken over by the Terran Rebellion. They're using it as a base of power, attempting to reassert their control over the Bajor sector. Bajorans are not to be trusted, and they are used mostly for mining and ore processing, a cruel irony, given Bajor's history in both universes, but I was able to join with the Bajoran workers and get some questions answered. The Bajorans of the Mirror Universe are much like us, and it sounds like their prophets are mostly similar. They even have orbs, as we have them here. However, to them, the Celestial Temple is myth or metaphor, not a physical place such as ours. I do not know if it's because it hasn't been discovered, or if the prophets have sealed themselves away. The only way to find out is to cross over with a spaceship, or to find someone to somehow procure one. I have received a curious message from someone from the Mirror Universe offering my assistance. Note, after making this entry, Vedic Eth disappeared and was never heard from again.
Sarah's here.
Okay. So, this is a Mirror Universe orb, and we probably need to get it back through the anomaly we were interacting with earlier.
Acknowledged. Be careful. The Mirror Universe is known to be more treacherous than our universe, and you will be cut off from any support here.
I'll be fine, thank you. One of the only quests in the game that lets you skip the backtracking by instantly warping you to your destination. So there's actually a real-life theory, and it boils down to the opposite of 0 is still 0. AKA, the idea is that the prophets are so neutral that even in the Mirror Universe, they're just the same, right? So we have entered the Badlands. We are heading towards the anomaly.
Acknowledged. Keep comm lines open as long as possible.
Okay.
We have limited intelligence on the Mirror Universe, but from what we know, it appears the Terran Rebellion spread from Terrak Nor, eventually forming a new empire. The Terran Empire has reoccupied Bajor. I believe this Captain Lita is the administrator of the Bajor sector.
I am Gul Haneri of the Torn, Chief Tactical Advisor to Gul Kardec of the True Way. You are not welcome here. Lower your shields and prepare to be boarded.
Sure thing. Hey, let me beat the crap out of you really quick.
I believe Gul Kardec must have used the orb of the universe to somehow create the anomaly back in the planet. He then must have formed an alliance with the Terran Empire. Stay on your guard. They are probably expecting you.
Really? Huh. Wonder why. Okay. Well, we've dealt with the ants in my way. Immediately kill the battle music. So. Let's bombard the anomaly with tachyon radiation. That makes sense. And let's see what the Mirror Universe is like, shall we?
Greetings. I am Captain Lita of the Terran Empire.
Hi.
What a pleasure it is to have visitors from your universe. When Gul Kardec said you might be along, I didn't really believe him. But I couldn't afford to take the chance. Surrender. Now. And I will guarantee the safety of your crew.
You must think I am incredibly stupid.
What a pity. We could have had so much fun together. And now, I have to destroy you.
I mean, you're welcome to try. There's only the Mirror Universe Ventures, thank goodness. And I now have 2 assimilated ships on my side. I mean, it's okay, they're Terrans, right? They're acceptable targets. So it's okay to kill them and subject them to something worse than death, because they don't count. It's bonus points. Come here, my assimilated ship.
Ooh, what? fun. I was really growing rather bored before you showed up.
Oh, wow. I should probably pay attention to my health. I keep forgetting I'm playing an extreme glass cannon ship, because I'm not used to it. So we'll just wait here for a minute. Let our dots kill them while we're sitting here. That's right, I killed them after I died. But yes, there is only the one Terran, only the one mirror universe. Thank goodness. It was originally a thing in TOS, obviously. It showed up several times in TNG, DS9, and several times in ENT, and quite a few times in Discovery. And then STO took it and ran with it, which, again, the main reason they did that was because they wanted to work with Chase Masterson. So the Terrans are actually really relevant. They're actually one of the large-scale...
I apologize for the state of my troops. They've grown rather complacent. I shall have to provide a demonstration, apparently.
They become, they've become one of the major factions in STO. And it all pretty much boils down to the fact that they got Chase Masterson, so... Yay! The current story arc, actually, is predominantly dealing with the Terrans, and it's actually a really good one, so I'm with it. Anyways, back to battling.
Kardec warned me not to underestimate you. I won't make the same mistake next time we meet.
Oh, that was also a quick battle. Take me to Bajor, please. I have the perfect music for Bajor if I could find it in time. Hang on. A little too early. Physics bug, and we're here. Welcome to Bajor. I actually appreciate they bothered to make this alternate version of Bajor. It's only really here for, like, this one thing. So there's a lot of effort for relatively low usage, but I still appreciate it.
Gul Kardec was right. You are formidable, but pitifully predictable. Terran forces attack the invaders! I want them alive.
Unfortunately, I don't want you alive, so this is going to be problematic.
Guards! Guards!
Yeah, run. I'll see you in a minute. So you may or may not remember, there was a giant holy symbol in the middle of the square. Well, that's what's there instead of the holy symbol in Terran Bajor. Alternate Bajor. Mirror Bajor. Excuse me. I'm getting my terminology wrong here. Oh, we're being attacked. What do you know?
We will meet again.
You!
Soon.
You have interfered with my plans for the last time!
So this can bug out. We'll have to redo this entire step if it does. Honestly, Vegas would be a lot flashier than this. I should know. Been there a lot. I'm going to infest him with nanoprobes again, because it continues to amuse me. Hey, looks like it didn't bug out.
Stop! Fighting is not permitted here.
Then he does that.
This is not your affair.
Yeah, I wasn't joking when I said the true way wasn't really relevant here. So, these are one of the other early boss fights they invented for this game. Changelings. Changelings can suck to fight. They have a giant pile of hit points, multiple special attacks, and multiple phases that they go through. Naturally, we absolutely curb stomped that, because I was ready for it. But let me just say, a changeling can be a mean fight, especially if you're not ready for it. Are you okay, Vedekrin?
Thank you. I feel much better. But a changeling? Here, we only have story. In any event, what was the purpose for your visit?
I came to return your orb.
The Orb of Possibilities? But that was lost decades ago, during the first occupation of Bajor. However did you come by it?
Never
mind. The prophets teach us not to look at their workings too closely. Don't just stand there. Place it on the altar.
You're welcome. Let's go see what the mere prophets are like, shall we? Right, of course the altar isn't there. It's over here, because I'm stupid.
From Gul Kardec to Gul Palat, I have run into some complications. Namely, some agents have interfered with my plans. They have stolen the Orb of Possibilities. I assume they have returned it to the Bajorans by now. Fortunately, the anomaly remains stable. I was able to retreat to the Mirror Universe, where I have taken shelter with my Terran allies. However, I believe they are waiting for my return. Therefore, I need you to meet with Dumatsu Khan at the facility in the Devos system in my stead. Coordinates are attached.
Okay, now I'm gonna go put it on the altar. Jeez Louise. So I've returned the Orb of Possibilities. Again. What?
We are most grateful. We had thought the orb lost forever. You have restored the balance.
Your enemies lie in wait. They want to prevent your return.
But we shall restore the balance as you did.
You have returned our orb.
Now you must return.
Okay. Can I... Ah! Sir, what just happened? We and our ship are back here. I'm so glad they sent our ship back. Could you imagine if they didn't? Because, you know, it would make sense if the prophets didn't do that. If they were just like, what's a ship? And they just returned to us. So the rest of our ship and crew is just stranded in the Mirror Universe.
Greetings. I did not see you enter the temple.
Yeah.
Indeed. I know little of the Mirror Prophets, but if they are like ours, then this is a great honor. Rarely do the Prophets interfere so directly. I take it your mission was a success?
Yeah, we managed to get the orb back in its proper place.
Then you have the gratitude of 2 Bajors. May the Prophets continue to smile upon you.
Oh, thank you, Vedekrin. Oh my goodness.
So, Gul Kardec was a changeling. This does not bode well. An alliance between the True Way and the Alpha Dominion could prove disastrous for the Alpha and Beta Quadrants. However, the orb has been returned to the Mirror Universe, and you have returned to ours. Nevertheless, We must stop this alliance before they can do any further damage. We shall analyze the pad you retrieved to see if we find this Ketracel White factory.
Yeah, so you're probably thinking, who the hell are the Alpha Dominion? Well, they cut those missions. The Alpha Dominion is kind of what it sounds like. It's a group of Jem'Hadar that are specific to the Alpha Quadrant. They're actually made in the Alpha Quadrant that don't really follow the same rules as the rest of the Dominion and aren't necessarily loyal to the Founders and blah, blah, blah. That was part of the cut content. If you remember, it's actually a reference from Deep Space Nine. They originally wanted there to be a story arc about the Alpha Jem'Hadar, and they even started building it up in 2 episodes, and then immediately abandoned the plotline because they decided they didn't want to do anything with it. Now, before we move on, there's actually a couple of dungeons we have to do right now. So, if I can hit the right button. There we go. I like to think that they're the same prophets, but I, of course, have no idea. I probably shouldn't do advanced, but whatever. We'll sit for a second. Let's see how long this takes. Give it a moment. And now that we're back in the non-mirror universe, let's get the proper Bajoran music going here. We ousted the Cardassians. We can oust Starfleet. Just open a portal to the sun here. No, I'm not going to do it. Bajorans, they're so tiresome. God. Good afternoon, exclamation mark. Yes, comma, today will be grocery day, period. I'm not getting much, comma. Just some usual refill stuff, period. And of course, a 5-story tall chocolate-coated cake, period. Listen, Bajor was very wealthy in resources, totally worth an inordinate amount of resources to try and subjugate it for 7 decades. Never letting that go. It's so stupid.
May the prophets bless you.
Tell me about this place.
This is the heart of Hathon. The buildings surrounding this plaza were the first buildings constructed in the city. Here, our ancestors raised their families and gave thanks to the prophets for their many blessings. It is here that people come to talk to their neighbors, and here that we gather each year for the Gratitude Festival. But it is also a place of dark memories. When the Cardassians had new laws we had to follow, they posted them here. When the food rationing started, we came here to collect the scraps they gave us. When they took our sons and daughters to the mining camps, the trucks stopped here to collect them. And when Gul Perek executed 15 farmers, he hung their bodies here to remind us that Bajoran lives were meaningless to him and his thugs.
Oh, that's extremely messed up. I'm gonna go over here now. You keep on keeping on. Oh my god, why is this queue taking so long? Damn. I was wondering if Pax was on, I could get him to maybe speed up the queue a little bit. Well, as much as I really hate to, let's go ahead and queue for advanced. It's a terrible idea. If you want to join me, you're more than welcome to. Okay, I actually expected the queue to be instantaneous for advanced. Guess we're just waiting. We are doing Counterpoint and Forged in Fire, which actually happen now, immediately after Jabberwocky in the story. Oh, never mind. And it's advanced, of course it is. I'm sorry, what quests, Dr. Winter? But we do Counterpoint. It doesn't really matter, but effectively Counterpoint happens before Forged in Fire, because Forged in Fire actually happens during Counterpoint. Oh my god, stop flickering! No, but some donuts would not go amiss, period. Yeah, I haven't up. Oh, you mean my HUD? Right. No, I haven't updated that yet, and I never will until we're at the end of the night.
DS9 to all Alliance ships. A Terran Empire fleet is attacking the station. We require immediate assistance. Our defenses won't hold for long. Clear these ships as soon as possible.
Alright, so the Mirror Universe has decided to attack the station. Dun, dun, dun.
Alliance forces, the station is under heavy attack.
I'm gonna be a little cautious here because I'm in my dinky little bird and this is an advanced mission. I'm not in the right ship for this. I like this TFO, but I admit it got a little old after doing it for the 50th time, since, you know, it was an event for a bit there. Pretty recently, actually. And we're dead. Yeah, that quantum torpedo salvo just shreked us earlier. I mean, they do like to pull this one out pretty regularly. I don't know what you're talking about, camper. This is the new Terran Empire.
Creating trans-dimensional portals at several points around the station. Close any portals that open as soon as possible, or the ships that come through them could overwhelm our defenses.
You want to know something really funny? Who's our primary contact for the Terran Empire? Who's the main character of the Terran Empire? Miralita. What species is Miralita? Very good. I just always found that kind of funny. Yeah, only if you max out the Terran rep, though, is basically that. Actually pay attention here, Jesus. I suppose I can do questions while I'm fighting this Battle of Doom, except I have none in my queue right now. Is the bot up? Bot is up. Okay. I suppose it's a good time as any to talk about enemy variety. So, pretty much every organization in Star Trek Online has a different method of attack.
Something massive is coming through a portal. It's Terrak Nor. Yes. Look, we don't have the ships we need to stop Terrak Nor. We need to get ground forces on that station
to the
as well.
Terran Empire!
Assault teams are standing by. Transport them to the enemy station and beam them down.
So, this is extraordinarily dangerous on my little bird. We're going to try this once. So we lower our shields,
Lower your defenses and surrender!
Beam up an assault team. Then we go over to Terrak Nor and beam down an assault team. That assault team is going to be the next mission we'll be doing, which if anybody wants to join me for, this is your warning to get on and get ready for that. So yeah, the reason you can get wrecked here is in order to beam, you can't beam through the shields. So, you know, you get the idea. Why would it... Actually, there is still flickering Pika, it's just not as bad. But it's still there. I'm not sure what to do about that at this point.
Surrender now!
But whatever.
And the Terran Empire will be merciful.
Yeah, sure. Anyways, they updated this a little bit recently. Updated some of the visuals, the dialogue, added those little indicators. A couple other little tidbits. Changed some of the nature of how the Terrak Nor station actually works. Beam down assault team. There we go. And we're out. I am surprised.
Fools to oppose us.
Usually by now Terrak Nor has been destroyed. Enemy variety. So every faction has their own strategies and their own ways in which they operate. I mean, you say that, Ventures, but let's be honest, advanced is normal. So, Romulans like to...
We've conquered everyone else in our reality. Yours will fall easily.
Yeah, sure thing, Lita. Whatever you say. The, I don't have time for this, Mom.
The Emperor will crush you.
Romulans like to... Hey, look, the bug is happening. Romulans like to do this thing where they'll capture you in a tractor beam and then throw a giant plasma ball of death at you, which will probably kill you. Cardassians like to make photonic copies of their ships, so it looks like you're fighting more ships. Klingons don't actually do much, ironically. The Undine like to do the stuff that messes with your ability to move because they're assholes. The Voth like to be invincible at certain sections, etc., etc. Each of the ship types, each of the categories of fighters has their own strategies and their own ways around them. Which one is the most irritating to you probably depends on which one you're fighting right now, because they're all kind of frustrating in their own particular directions. But what's most important is there is a legitimate variety to that. God, we're actually losing. What in the crap?
Make repairs!
Uh-oh, someone physicsed them to death. The Tholians like to web you.
Make repairs!
Because, you know, they're Tholians. They're kind of known for that. Being down a team to prevent the repairs. Ow. Also starting to get a little bit on the damage side here.
Make repairs!
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention the Borg yet. Mike D'Amato, could you do me a huge favor and please stop spoiling the game? I know you're excited about this. I've been quiet about it, and then I've hinted at it, and now I'm calling you out directly. You are constantly spoiling this game. Please remember there are people watching this run that have never watched this game or know this story before, and I kind of like to avoid constantly spoiling them in chat. Please. If you do it again, I'm going to go ahead and silence you for a while, alright?
Make repairs!
Now. I lost my train of thoughts. My mother is pestering me about something I'm not doing. I'm sorry, period. I'm in the middle of doing a catch-up cycle, comma. Which is why I'm still working 10 hours a day right now, comma. The whole goal is to reach a point where I am
Make
not,
repairs!
period. Please stop pestering me about it. Right of enemy, right. So, the relevant point there is, obviously, the different ships and the fact that they look different. That's cool. That's neat. I like that. But what's really relevant is the fact that each of those ships fights differently, and the tactics which you use to fight them are different. So, well, I have seen games that have more enemy variety than this game. I would say...
Forces, this is DS9. The station has been disabled.
Yeah, we lost.
Make repairs!
We are just getting absolutely shreked right now. I feel like the game has enough enemy variety to warrant at least 2 positives. I'm curious what you all think, because if you remember, we actually discussed this back during the FF14 run as well. Because FF14, ironically, has very little enemy variety, despite its overall approach.
DS9 to Alliance forces. Terrox Nor has been disabled.
About friggin' time. Jesus. And yeah, you're right, even in ground combat, most of the factions fight differently, too. I'm not sure if it's a 3 positive, but then again, I find myself sitting and thinking what a 3 positive plus would look like. And then I think about WoW, but then I think WoW would be more than 3 pluses, so now I'm not sure. Which is why I wanted to ask you all your opinions.
We're reading an energy surge coming from Terrox Nor. Expect reinforcements at any moment.
So how many of you have died to that exact dialogue right there?
Our reinforcements will put you in your place.
I super have. Just, ugh. And I am just begormed there. Yeah, I got too close to the Dreadnought bundle. How do you die to dialogue? Well, it's very simple. When dialogue pops up, you immediately stop dead in your tracks. All your engine is cut. Which meant I'm in the middle of maneuvering through the fight, and all of a sudden, hey! And then I die. Because I'm no longer maneuvering. 60,000, Justin. I mean, it's a bird. My ship is a raider, Dr. Winter. I am below frigate status. I could be talked up to 3, Space Cadet. I could. see it. Yeah, I'm a please don't hit me, please don't hit me, please don't hit me ship. I have a lot of firepower, as I've been demonstrating ever since I started playing in the bird. This is pretty much what playing an escort is like. Now, it's a little bit more, because I have less shield and hull and live than an escort does. Funny fact, I actually have more live buttons on this ship than I do on my dreadnought. But they have less effect because, well, you know. Yeah, if I get, you know, torpedoed, if I get locked in, if I'm not paying enough attention, if my shields get nuked, there's a pretty good chance I'm dead. Point in case, that was actually a quantum torpedo spread, and yeah, I'm dead.
You haven't seen the last of me!
We did it! Yeah, I'll respawn in a minute.
Terok Nor has been sent back to the Mirror Universe. We wouldn't have been able to repel them without your help. Thank you. Join us for a celebration in Quarks.
I would, but, like, DS9 got destroyed because we did not do well in that mission. So would anybody like to join me for the next mission, which happened during that one? If you do advanced, you get more experience, more expertise, but more importantly, you get the elite marks. Let's repair our ship really quick here. I don't know how... Let's see. If anybody wants to join me, right here, on Bajor 1. Or you could whisper me. That works too. There is an elite version. We're not going to do the elite version until I'm in one of my real ships. So you want to hear something kind of amusing? We'll talk more about this later, but the original usage of the Terran Empire in this game, way back in the day, was anytime you killed certain Tholian ships, they would open a rift in subspace as their death action, and that would summon forwards a Terran ship, or a couple of Terran ships. See, I kind of have to stay out here, because my next quest line is out here. But you can whisper me. Somehow. I don't know what my whisper thing is, but you can whisper me. I'll be like, yo. And I'll be like, yo. Like, yo. So this is going to be the ground one. So like I said, my bird flew over and beamed us down, and because this is Star Trek, naturally, instead of staying in charge of our bird during the heated battle against the Terran forces, what we did is we beamed ourselves down in order to charge through Terok 9 in order to defeat, you know, Lita from within and force them to go back to their own dimension. Oh, absolutely, Mike. Come on, there's no way we're going to do it. No, I beamed over just before I blew up. God, that flickering. What is that flickering coming from? That did not used to be there. It really didn't. What did they do to the lighting? Oh, I guess I could pause the battle music. Sorry. Oh. Invite. Is that everyone? Should probably sort out my inventory really quick while I'm here. Hey, it's a defeated changeling. I throw it on the ground. I can also eject it into space. Oh yeah, I should probably equip actual ground things since we're doing this. There we go. See if I can figure out more about this stupid black flickering thing. They are venters, which is why I threw it on the ground in space. Okay, hold up. Yes, happy birthday to the ground. Where's it? Behold! That doesn't even change anything. There we go. I'm sitting super awkwardly. Look at this. In full power armor, like you do. Always ready to go. I see suck right there, see? Let's see here. Strange. I guess it's a setting. But why would suck ever be something that's filtered? Like, that's a little bit silly, don't you think? I do like water. I honestly almost never see people talk in chat in general, so that's probably why I don't have that there. Let's get some town music going. Do I have some town music? Sure. Nope. I don't actually recognize that armor. What is that? Yeah, that's what a profanity filter is, Mr. Red. A bit confused by that. No! Ah, that's temporal. That makes sense. Thank you, TSP. I do always appreciate very much. Thank you. And if you want to put that towards something, do please let me know. Hang on, we might be full, Justin. Maybe not. There we go. Just whatever. Other waters, which is on the list. Okay. I believe you. I don't know what that game is or anything about it whatsoever, but I trust you. And it's doing the freeze up thing again. Jesus. Who are you, Loke? Identify yourself. And I think it's 5 to a group? Yeah. We have 1 slot right now. So you gotta identify yourself, otherwise I'm just gonna assume you're some rando. Because we've had that problem before. There it is. Oh. Hell, we've had that problem in this game before, even. Especially in other ones. So, big, hectic, tense battle. Phaser fire flying everywhere. Agony beams. Cats and dogs living next to each other. Mass hysteria. Amidst the explosions, 5 brave captains beam off their ships and down to the battle.
For those of you who don't know me, the name's Raygeet. I work as an agent for your universe's alliance against the Terrans. I'm currently on Terran Nor, and I've managed to gain access to some of their internal systems. But if you want to send these bastards home, we're gonna need to work together.
Sure.
We need access to their computer systems. My team learned the hard way that Ops is too heavily secured to breach, but you can get into the cargo bay. From there, your team can access the station's computer and override the security fields throughout the station. That'll clear a path to the final objective, Admiral Lita herself. With security compromised, the assault squad can go to Lita and neutralize her. Once that's done, it's a matter of nudging a few key systems in the right direction to pull Terran Nor back to my universe. One last thing. A number of my Coalition team members were captured in our first attempt to take Ops.
Ambush!
If you find them aboard, beam them out of there.
Clear us a path to the
They
cargo
deserve
bay.
better than a Terran agonizer booth.
I knew this one was updated, which is good, because if it was the old version, I'd actually probably refuse to do it. The old version was kind of boring in general, but it was actually even worse than that. What the hell is nostalgia economy, Triaxia?
Clear. Let's get to that turbo lift.
Is it here? Yeah, I'm trying. Yep, I'm right. Maybe? Yep.
Heads up! We've got a welcoming committee!
Once the room is clear, we'll get started.
It's all good, Justin. Don't worry, we'll try to get you in on something soon. Probably Monday, honestly. Whoa! Let me just get right back up from that. Well, I've never even heard of it, Trihexia, so I'm afraid I can't give you an opinion on something I don't know. So the original version was pretty much worse in every way.
Proceeding to Alpha and Beta on the left.
But I should probably mention, the reason this was so much worse was actually specifically the boss fight. So the way this worked is you were in a big room. There were 4 consoles at the 4 corners of the room.
Backup requested at Console Gamma.
Shut up. Jesus Christ.
Console Alpha is secure. Back to work.
Back to work on Console Gamma.
You don't shut up, I swear to God.
Backup requested at Console Gamma.
Yes, Mr. Red. Quite a few things, actually. Honestly, literally dozens, if not hundreds, of quests we are not doing.
Back to work on Console Gamma.
If you don't... Alright, so... Square. Boss in the middle. 4 corners, right? And there's consoles at each of these 4 corners. And each of these consoles corresponds to 4 small things in the middle. You need to drag the boss over one of those things in the middle, hit this console, and that would make the boss vulnerable for a few seconds, so you can do some damage to her. Rinse and repeat. Now, if that doesn't sound terrible, it's because you've never actually done that. It was bad to begin with. It probably sounds bad because it commits several, typical sins of boss design, aka the fact that it's long invuln periods, and you have to hit this irritating thing in order to even make it so you can hit the boss, and there's nothing else to her.
Console Alpha. Resuming ops.
There's 2 catches, though. First of all, one of the things she would regularly do is she would go ahead and put down these patches of fire. Patches of fire don't actually do all that much damage, but you know what they do? They do a little bit of damage. If you take any damage whatsoever, it interrupts your interaction with the console. So you cannot actually interact with that console unless you are not taking any damage.
Back to work on Console Gamma.
So that's problem number 1, or rather problem number 5. Problem number 2 is much worse. Problem number 2 is this game doesn't really have a threat thing. What I mean by that is if that boss fight was in another MMO, like say FF14 or World of Warcraft, what you'd do is you'd have the tank go up, get aggro on the boss, drag it into the vuln area, and have one of the DPS or healers hit the console. But none of those mechanisms exist in this game. It is possible to have aggro, but it just doesn't work in a linear method. So it's not really a thing that's in your control. So you have to randomly get lucky on her being on the pad just because she's moving around attacking people randomly in order to be able to hit her with the vuln thing. Hang on. It's actually even worse than that, because the final layer to this is, let's say she runs over to the pad and you decide to hit the console because she's on the pad. Getting to the console, getting the pop-up, and using the button usually takes, if you're doing it really well, about 2 seconds.
I'm under attack at console beta!
As you might imagine, she's probably no longer on the pad 2 seconds later.
Console beta. Under attack at console delta!
Now, thankfully, that version of that boss fight does not exist in this new update. But that's why I say I would probably have flat out refused to do it and just given it the multiple negatives and said screw it, because I have done that fight back in the old version. It turbo sucked. These guys are getting a separate negative because this is asinine. They are talking so much. Oh my god. I know TFOs in general have some audio spam. This is ridiculous. Yeah, this is straight up claptrap problems here. This is ridiculous. Oh my god.
Console Delta is secure. Returning to work then. Taking hits at Console Delta.
Yeah, they say that anytime. They did it in Jupiter Uratus too, as was mentioned earlier.
Delta resuming operations.
Like, the moment a portal would open up, he'd be like, oh my god, you need to close these portals. And it's like, dude!
Clear at Console Delta. Resuming operations.
Yeah, exactly, Alchemist. Jesus. Where's my...
We'll stay on the computers and keep them from blocking you or beaming you off the station. Neutralize the remaining Terrans to secure the cargo bay.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's... Honestly, the audio spam in this game is so bad, it's probably going to be individual instances getting negatives. Because it's bad. Really, really, really bad. Okay. Are we done here? Nope, there's one more.
We're in. Security fields are down.
I'm disrupting transporter operations.
Go. Find Lita. We can handle things from here.
Go.
The security fields on the promenade are mostly down. You should be able to move around the habitat ring a bit more freely. I'm tracking Lita's movements, and it looks like she's in ore processing. Not sure what she wants there, but you need to reach her before she escapes.
I know, right? Think about how many super weapons the 5 of us have here. It's not a small amount. Come on.
The good news is that the security fields are down. The bad news? You need to fight your way to ore processing.
Yeah, let's get some nanoprobes out here. Gotta infest them with nanoprobes. And create subspace rifts inside of them, while opening portals to the sun, while hitting them with antiprotons. And I don't know what you all have, but I'm sure it's a few more. I'm glad you're liking it, Tazara. I was worried people wouldn't like the STO run because this is such a janky-ass game. I think the score kind of reflects that, as it should. Because this is a janky-ass game. I love it to death. And if you don't know why, well, you may or may not have noticed that most of the game has kind of sucked so far. But it's okay, because every MMO we ever have covered and will cover will suck at the beginning. Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, FF14, World of Warcraft, and Star Trek Online all have the same problem. Their early stuff sucks.
Almost there. Cover your corners and watch the upper deck for snipers.
So, yeah, we'll get to some good stuff, I swear. I hope I'm not wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. Oh yeah, also Tor? Kind of? Like, Tor's... Okay, Tor's a bit of an exception. You may or may not have heard me, Mike Tomato. I sort of stuttered in the middle of listing MMOs. It's because I thought about Tor. And then I decided to go ahead and hesitate on listing Tor as well. Tor is unique. Tor's vanilla stuff includes things like Jedi Knight and Trooper. It also includes Agent and Sith Warrior.
There's one more moving in on your position. And
So...
fast.
Oh no, it's...
Kurland here.
I should probably explain that joke. Give me a second. Tor is different because Tor's early stuff is actually some of its best stuff. Let me explain what I mean by that. Tor has a 3-act structure to each of the classes in the early stuff, and usually Act 1 is the best stuff. There are some exceptions. Agent.
Alright, once you leave the turbolift... Wait, why are you still on the promenade?
Busy! But Act 1 is usually the best act. By contrast, Act 2 and Act 3 tend to be the worst acts.
Tight spot. That guy's tough!
So, Tor is a very unique MMO compared to most of these other ones, so it doesn't follow the same format. Now, that was Kurland. So, back in the day...
Is Kurland there?
Back in the day, there was this guy named James Kurland who was the commander of Deep Space Nine.
You're alive. Good. Head to ore process. I have a plan, but we need to move fast.
Kurland, he was the commander of Deep Space Nine for the Deep Space Nine arc, which was actually like 2.5 arcs back in the day. One of which we just did, and then there's the part we're not doing because it doesn't exist anymore. And actually the very next quest we're doing will also be one of those arcs, although that'll be Monday. Probably not, Trex. Where am I? I'm actually turned around. Are we going here? Question mark. So Kurland was the person for there, but the thing is, yeah, the 2800 is what we're starting Monday. The thing is,
I'm charging up the Flux Arc disassembler. Give me 20 seconds.
He was voiced by someone in the office, which...
I admire your efforts, but you're wasting your time. I am invincible! So brave of you to join us. Stupid, but brave.
Charging up the disassembler for another pulse.
Oh, nice try, but you're done here. It's time for you to die.
Capacitor at maximum. Hit that console to make Lita vulnerable.
So yeah, that's Lita over there. Completely invincible.
I will kill you for it.
She's vulnerable. Hit her now.
That actually hurt. What did you do?
Ooh. Jesus. But yes, Mirror Leader right now is drunk on the dark side because she's
For the last time.
literally merged with a Pa Wraith right now. They don't explain that here. They explain it somewhere else. I will actually be showing that today because it won't take very long. Anyways, Kurland was the old dude. He was infamous for saying Kurland here, and it became something of a meme. Kurland was removed from the game in almost every way that matters, but there's a few references to him that still exist. The most obvious one being what we just saw, but also you can get him on your crew. And you'll notice I actually have him right there. Yes, this is Pa Lita, and that explains several things, honestly. Despite being, a Pa Wraith, she's totally vulnerable to the sun, so...
You're all worthless and weak.
You say that. We're the ones kicking your ass. Just saying. So you notice how they've restructured this boss fight substantially. Rather than all the crap I was telling about you last time, It's mostly a survive for a bit against some trash in between invuln phases, during which she's standing still.
We've got a full charge. Hit that console to release the pulse, and we can lead us.
She still drops the fire stuff.
But you're getting it anyway.
But then you hit the console and she's hit pretty much no matter where she is, and then she's vulnerable to it, and then you hit her.
There's only room for one at the top. Me!
Then we go up to the second floor.
You really are a nuisance. Enjoy your fiery death!
You need to get up the stairs now. She's going to light it up.
So if you don't... Oh, wow.
Goddess!
So if you don't go to the top floor... I actually escaped it. I just died to something else.
You should all be charged soulless husks. Let's see where this
She
goes.
just, like, super turbo nukes the bottom layer with fire.
The disassembler is charged. Get to that console to discharge it.
It's a good question. I'm not sure, actually.
You're just prolonging the inevitable here, idiots!
Yeah, whether the Paw Wraith is directly affecting her or not.
Beyond your worst nightmare!
She's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs right now. Chill for a sec.
The disassembler is charged. Get to that console to discharge it.
You're just prolonging the inevitable here, idiots! You've annoyed me for the last time!
The only downside of the new boss fight is it takes a while. Now, the old boss fight took a while, but that was because of bad design. This one is designed to take a while.
The disassembler is charged. Get to that console to discharge it.
Yeah, I love the idea that this is all happening while that space battle is happening.
Oh, you! You are going to pay for that! You're all worthless and weak!
That would be cool, Flag Ant.
The disassembler is charged. Get to that console to discharge it.
Especially if regular Lita, like, outmaneuvers Mirror Lita, you know?
Oh, you! You are going to pay for that!
Ah, dang it.
I'm going to burn the prophets out of existence!
Why would you burn the prophets? What benefit is there to doing that? There is not, Primarch, no. Ground combat is inexorably
The disassembler
linked.
is charged. Get to that console to discharge it.
And there's a lot of it. I'd say about half of it.
You do this when you know I will kill you for it! I have power, beyond your worst nightmare!
I don't know. The ability to shoot fire isn't actually all that impressive. Especially not to us. I mean, really. Think about how many super weapons and war crimes we're carrying around on our persons right now.
The disassembler is charged. Get to that console to discharge it.
Do I not have? I do.
You're just prolonging the inevitable here, idiots!
I don't understand the question, Blancheval. I mean, you see that red bubble around me? That's me siphoning away my future self in order to save my current self from the damage I'm taking.
To burn the profits
By ensuring that I no longer take it, effectively. Oops. Oh, wow. That was my future self resurrecting me from the dead.
The disassembler is charged. Get to that console to discharge it.
I guess the crystal isn't really a war crime. It's one of the only things.
You're just prolonging the inevitable here, idiots! You're all worthless
Wrong button,
and
wrong button.
weak. This was amusing for a while, but now I'm bored. Die!
Get up the stairs. She's about to go supernova.
Oh dear. Is it me or is it getting hot in here? Well, it's definitely me. But why not both?
The disassembler is charged. Get to that console to discharge it.
Ever wonder how hot it is at the core of a star? You're about to find out.
I mean, if you do that on your own space station, that's kind of on you, lady. I honestly don't remember this taking this long either. We're not on advanced either. We're on normal.
The power of
weird.
the paw race burns inside me!
I lost her. That's true. I also can summon the power from the heart of a star. It's... Look, Lita, you're not special, okay? I'm
The
happy for you.
disassembler is charged.
Really.
Get to that console to discharge it.
This is some pretty bad vampire ego syndrome going on here. I think her AI broke. Did someone hit the console? No, not yet.
Ever wonder how hot it is at the
In a
core
dungeon?
of a
No.
star?
Play Interval.
You're about to find out.
In a quest? Like just out and about doing one of the episodes? Yes. But not for one of these. Damn, that kills my turrets every time. That's probably what's been hurting my damage. I'm such a turret build that every time I go down, I lose them all.
I have power beyond your worst nightmare.
Yeah, that's why I call it vampire ego syndrome, Ventures. I have the ability to move this twig 5 centimeters. Oh, before... Are you gonna target these people? There you
The
go.
disassembler is charged. Get to that console to discharge it.
God dang it.
I will return that hurt 1,000-fold.
That's a lot. Can you math, Lita? Do you know what math is?
No, no! Our hold on this universe is slipping from our grasp. This is not the last you've seen of us. We will return.
Yeah, sure thing. Frickin' paw rates.
Nice work. After that pasting you gave Lita, she won't be bothering anyone for some time. No tears shed over that, I'm sure. While she was distracted, my coalition friends and I were able to sever the station's anchor to your universe. We'll be heading back there soon ourselves. Defeating Lita and her goons is a big win for all of us. Thanks for that.
And yes, GG. Well, everyone, thank you for helping with that nonsense. Good God. See you around, Evo. And remember, I'll burn with the fires of the heart. Okay, so I'm going to do one other thing really quick, and then we're going to chop off for the day. That's interesting. It's a Riemann scimitar, effectively. And it's gone. I love how this is exploration music. Not sure. Ah, there it is. I actually did see it, Ross. I was just a little bit bothered. Or, not bothered. I guess I was bothered. But busy is what I meant to say. Thank you, Ross. I will jot that down for Prodigy. And yes, thank you again for everyone who joined me. Okay. That's the Lucari one. Nope, that's the Terran one. Here we go. Are these voice acted?
Personal log.
They are.
Admiral Lita. So little time. When I was merely a captain serving on occupied Bajor, I had no choice but to rely on seduction and misdirection. All my years working for the Terran Rebellion, and my Bajoran roots were still thrown in my face. Captain Lita, nothing more than a figurehead to placate the Bajorans. Resented by my crew and dismissed by the Admiralty. Then, the Orb of Possibilities was returned, and it showed me the way. Now, all possibilities are ahead of me. The Orb showed me the Coast Emojin. Maybe the prophets were trying to warn me. The Coast Emojin showed me a hint of power. The Pa Wraiths burned away weakness, burned away age, burned away mortality. The future would be mine if I could just grasp it. Admiral, Fleet Admiral, perhaps more. Now, travelers have come from the future. Back in time to give us weapons to destroy the Iconians. Travelers who already know my plans and my fate. I don't trust them. But can I use them? Personal log, Admiral Lita. Our temporal visitors have given us quite a few gifts. At first, my engineers were pessimistic about understanding future technology. A few trips to the Agony booth have cured them of their misgivings. Our benefactors have come from our far future to ensure that their world comes to pass. For that to happen, we must defeat the Iconians, and our descendants have given us the weapons to do so. Of course, as Admiral in command of the fleet's flagship, I must insist on the first set of upgrades. Once the Enterprise has the power to dominate the fleet, I can give new weapons to my subordinates, but only to those who prove their loyalty. Personal log, Admiral Lita. The infighting in the fleet has been fierce. Many captains are rushing to declare their allegiance to me, and just as many are standing firm in their professions of loyalty to the Emperor. Of course, the fools who fight against me don't have access to my futuristic weapons. It will only be a short time now before my command is cemented. After that, I will take this war to the Iconians and eliminate them. Once the Iconians are destroyed, I can turn my attention to other matters. After all, Empress Hoshi gained her station with technology from the future. Or perhaps I can carve out a new empire of my own.
No, Venters, remember, First of all, spoilers. Second of all, she's actually talking about her universe. Her Iconians. So, all of this is stuff that has already happened, canonically and at the story point which we're at right now. There's a couple of provisos and a bit of foreshadowing, but otherwise, no.
Personal log, Admiral Lita. I get the sense that our time-traveling visitors are not giving us the best of their technology. They won't give us weapons that are advanced enough to be a threat to them. I suppose it doesn't really matter. This technology is more than enough to guarantee that the fleet will remain under my control. We've finished installing temporal shielding. In addition to protecting us against a wider range of weapons, this will insulate us from changes in the timeline. When we go back to wipe out the Iconians, the shields will guarantee that we will remember everything after we return. Naturally, any captain I suspect of disloyalty is going to experience a slight variance in their shield harmonics. Wiped from the timeline. Oops! And nobody will ever remember their treachery.
Yes, I did, Papa Neeks. I actually already had a mod for it, but thank you.
Personal log, Admiral Lita. We've crushed the Iconians, turned back the clock, and destroyed them 200,000 years in the past. Thanks to our temporal shielding, the fleet has remained immunized from changes, and we've been able to keep our timeline mostly intact. I've made a few small adjustments to suit my own tastes. Now it's my time again. The Pa Wraiths have given me great power over fire. The visions of the Wraiths have shown me a universe in fire. A universe for me to conquer. Through the fires of the Badlands, with the technology of the future, I can open a door to another universe. And once I have a foothold in that realm, I will have a place beyond the reach of the Emperor, where I can plan for his destruction and my eternal reign. Oh. That sounded a bit megalomaniacal. Well, I suppose it's only megalomania if you're actually delusional. Personal log.
Nope, that's it. So that is what happened with her, and why she is in such a position of power, how the Pa Wraiths got involved, and how the Terrans have been as dominant as they have in their particular timeline. If you're paying attention, that's also a substantial sea change in the Terran universe in general, or the Mirror Universe in general, because everything she just talked about is her kind of retconning everything from the shows, because they went back and changed everything, so... And that's where that comes from. So, you know, that's neat. That's cool. Everything's cool here. We do have a vertical sync up. Let's turn that off. Maybe that'll help. With that, we are actually done for the day. As usual, there will be no second stream today, and there will be no stream tomorrow. Monday, however, we will go ahead and start off with the 2800. And immediately after the 2800, we will get into... I'll go ahead and tell you the arc. We're going to do 2800, and then I got to scroll up a little bit more. Then we're doing the Breen story arc, which is the cold thing. And then we're going to do the Borg. And after that, we will finally be caught up and be doing the Romulan stuff. So, I hope you've enjoyed. I'll see you next time. Now I'm going to go update the HUD, but I'm going to do it off camera.